Good morning, equity traders. The US daily equity opening news is now available on the headline feed and the research suite.
So keep in mind in 10 minutes time now, at the bottom of the hour, we expect comments from a Bank of England supporter speaking.
And just some energy commentary from UBS. They do know that lower OPEC plus crude exports should help tighten the oil market and lift prices to $90 a barrel over the coming weeks in their view.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
So 1 minute now until the market's on open imbalance. So we're looking now to the market on open imbalance. S&P 500, 160 million to the buy side. Nasdaq 100, just 15 million to the sell side. Dow 30 is 10 million to the buy side. Mag 7 stocks 15 million to the sell side.
just here in about 10 minutes' time. We'll be looking out for the results of the BOE's £725 million medium-term gilt sale.
US stocks extend gains, the S&P 500 up 1%. So the Bank of England sells 724.9 million pounds of bonds in auction and receives 2.35 billion pounds in bids, and the APF gilt sale operation cover ratio was 3.25.
So note 4, NG. Do note the EU competition regulators are to investigate
your
Belgian state
trade
aid
from
to
macro
exchange 2
headline
nuclear
risk
reactors
with
majority owned by
Financial Juice Pro.
NG's Belgian units.
Now only $99 a year for
No
our
moving company
real-time
shares.
service.
Quick spot check across the markets after the US equity open. Indices currently around about session highs due to the outperformance in the Nasdaq today. Also up by 0.5%, even S&P up 0.9%, and Nasdaq up 1.4%. In some of these upside, this was pairing some of the pressures we saw last week. Amid Biden dropping his re-election bids, while overnight did see the PBOC cut the LPR rates by 10 basis points, despite expectations for rates to be left unchanged. Looking at the sectoral performance today, tech and communication are the outperformers today. Notable outperformance in tech. You do have energy. The energy sector is the only sector in the red today. In terms of the tech outperformance, also seeing gains in the semiconductor space, with NVDA also gaining after it announced it is working on a new version of its flagship AI chips for China. And in the energy space, the underperformance are just tracking the crude complex lower, do bear in mind. Elsewhere, in FX, dollar is marginally firmer while the yen is off highs. Did have some reports out in Bloomberg that the BOJ is said to see weak consumption complicating its rate decision. And elsewhere, Treasury curve is flattening while crude prices are sliding today. And the BOE gets bid to cover ratio of 3.25 times at the £725 million of gilts, maturity of 7 to 20 years, as compared to the prior bid to cover of 2.03 times. So BOE gets bid to cover ratio of 3.25 times at the £725 million sterling of gilts with maturity of 7 to 20 years. Previous bid to cover was 2.03 times.
Oil prices extend losses. Brent crude futures fall by $1 to a session low of $81.60 per barrel.
Just so you are aware, do note Freeport LNG in Texas does resume exports as gas processing ramps up. As the US's second largest liquid natural gas exporter, Freeport LNG has resumed shipments after shutting operations ahead of Hurricane Beryl. The processing on track to reach about half of its capacity on Monday, according to preliminary data from LSEG.
So the Canadian dollar weakens to a 5-week low at 1.3774 per US dollar, down 0.3% on the day. Taking a look at the Fear and Greed Index, 54 out of 100 equaling neutral, and the Crypto Fear and Greed Index, 70 out of 100 equaling greed. And looking at the VIX, currently down 4.72% at 15.73.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Just for the nat gas watchers in Europe, Ukraine's Naftogaz is planning to produce some 15 BCM of nat gas, 2 million tons of oil as well in 2024, according to remarks from its CEO. And a bit more energy news, this time from Russia. Russia's Lukoil has added some 140,000 tons of crude to Novorossiysk loading plans for July after Ukraine halted its oil transit. That's according to sources cited by Reuters. And just a bit more from the Bank of England's Executive Director Supporter, talking about these new repo arrangements, says that there will not be a constraint on the MPC's September rate decision on QT pace.
Check 1, 2, mic check. Oh, what was that? What was that beeping? I don't know what that beeping was. That doesn't sound good, whatever it is. Whatever that beeping was. A little bit of a sweep going on down below. Didn't quite get down for the pre-market gap down here. There is a gap to fill down below. That's still relevant there. I am looking for 556.52 to take call spreads off to the upside. I think if you guys are, some of you guys in the Discord already know about the call spread trade from Friday. I wonder if we get this first or afterwards. It's a nice bounce, by the way. This is all very constructive here. Successful back test of the half an hour and hourly trigger. Should get new highs here. Pay very close attention to the prior high. That was sitting right over here. I'll make that one white. Put that one looks like that. Let's pay very, very close attention right here. See if we get that high or not. If we miss that high, that's negative, or it's fairly negative, fairly bearish. Also, a note this morning, I may have my daughter in the office with me for moments this morning. Her older sister went away on vacation. She's trying to, she wants to take away some of the jobs that her sister has. So whenever her sister is away, she'll assume some responsibilities. Plus, she's kind of alone in the house right now. It's not normal for us to be with one child inside the home. So she might stop in for a minute or two. Just like sharpen pencils for me, stuff like that. In just a few moments here. So markets opened this morning at 9:30, had a nice little high above here, came back down with the back test. Pay very close attention. This is going to be important right here. Do we get the new high or not? I feel like I get stuck in these spread. But like earlier, I was like, yeah, do I just take the money and run over here, or do I stick it out for 556? I decided to stay in the trade. I get pretty impatient, right? Trades like this trades like this. We put these on for Thursday, so there's enough time for the machinations of the stock market to send us there one way or goddamn another. If they print this though like Thursday close, I'll be fucking super pissed. Even if poor Cap unable to swear on stream. I swear, don't I swear all the time on stream, don't I? Hold on 1 second here. Just gotta check, see what I got going on here. Let's watch this very closely here. Let me go. I got the old manny timey thingy on. Old man break time. I get rid of that. That works. Move that over there. Sorry about your view this morning of me. I worked on the camera over the weekend, and I had to get a new thing to hold it up. I probably need to work on it some more. I need a little bit of this area here gone. All right, so see if we can catch this new high here. You might see me off screen this morning for a minute. Not off screen, but like my head will be cut off. I'm kind of weirded out right now, my position where I'm sitting in my chair. Pick very close attention here. It's going to be important here. Do we break above this prior high from this morning or not? We should. We should trade this up here today. Trade R2 at least. No guarantees, though, of course. SPX Gamma, we'll take a look at that this morning. Also, over the weekend, we had some updates going on Sunday. I normally use these templates to make posts because there's so many to make between pro trader, supporter, and all of those templates were like I don't know what happened. They just weren't there because of an update on Sunday. So we put out limited briefs on Sunday. So this morning, I'm going to try to get you an expanded brief done for you this morning for the rest of the week so that you can have an idea of where we expect to go for the rest of this week. Now, there is some important stuff here to be checking out. Let me take a quick, let me just go over this briefly with you here. So you want to be very conscious of these prior highs.
For RTX, ticker is the name.
Can you hear that?
And Jamaica Pratt & Whitney set to announce the aircraft leasing company Avalon set to select its GTF engines to power 80 Airbus A320neo. That's according to industry sources familiar with the matter.
We want to be paying very close attention to any of these prior highs, and the reason for it is the relative strength of buyers. And is this just another squeeze to head lower, one more leg lower, right? Trade 542, 543, somewhere in there. So be paying very close attention to all these gaps back here. Like, do we start selling off of this gap right here? Do we sell off of this gap right here? For a true sign of strength, of course, you want to be catching an all-time high again, right? So just inside of here, there's like basic old school trading stuff over here, right? Bring that up, bring that over there. And you already know that these bears are going to be paying very close attention, right? See that high right here? See that high back here? That is all-time highs back there. So just be paying very close attention. You can see the machinations of a fight between bulls and bears. Bears thinking they were going to come in, swoop in right here, right? Woof, tell you fuck you, no. Reject you to the downside, blast you down. There we go. Get the new low down at 542, 543.
Union at Disneyland has voted.
Hasn't happened yet, has it? So
to authorize strike headlines.
We'll see. There's someone trapped up in here right now. I can assure you of that. If we go for the new high, it's going to be a pain trade, right? They're short right here, and they're waiting, going, "Oh fuck, what's going to happen to me?" Oh, you're saying it's not if my daughter's around. Yeah, I get it. If she does show up, yeah, I won't be swearing if she does show up. So what I did this morning was her sister is gone. So there's a different dynamic, right? You only have two parents, one child. And I talked to her last night and said, do you want to spend time with me tomorrow, popping in and out of the office throughout the day to keep herself busy? She had no plans planned for today. And I figured at least give her something to do, right? Give her some money or whatever. Sharpen pencils. She took my pencil sharpener and she brought it back to me and didn't plug it in. So I figured I'd be like, you want to plug that thing back in where you found it? But this morning, or she wound up, I think she went into this kind of like hibernating mode or something while her sister's gone. So now that sister's gone, if she doesn't have any plans, I think she wants to stay up late, summertime too. She's coming into being a pre-teenager. So I think what she does is she waits until we go to bed, and then she roams the house late at night. I did that as a kid, and then tries to sleep in if mommy and daddy are at work. So I went upstairs this morning and gently woke her up and said, do you want to come to work with daddy today? She was like, foot back underneath the blankets, arm back underneath the blankets, and then bye-bye head. So now she did last night state that she would help me out today, so we'll see how we'll see if she makes it or not. Oh yeah, so just when you think you're gonna get, let me get the Discord chat going over here. Just when you think you're going to get a little bit of time away, what happens over the weekend? Last minute on Sunday, right? Boy, they saved it right for late Sunday afternoon, huh? They didn't do it on Friday. They didn't do it on Saturday. And of course, I asked this question a few days ago on Twitter, and I got some varied responses. People were pretty. I gotta say, people on Twitter are gentle with that post. People get very emotional on Twitter. And what was really fascinating this weekend was on Friday night, I had some free time, unusual for me. I had to go to the airport on Saturday morning. Oh, yeah. We ended up putting our daughter on Southwest Airlines, the only airline that didn't get affected from the CrowdStrike breach, right? Because they use old school Commodore 64s, which they got in trouble for, didn't they, at one point last December? Anyways, I had to be at the airport at like dark 30 in the morning on Saturday morning. So I got on Twitter Friday night, and I couldn't believe, like it was creepy being on Twitter Friday night. I got to be honest. So I went on there Friday night. DCP Cox popped up in my feed. He was doing some kind of a whatever the voice thing is on Twitter, and so I'm like, yeah, it's Friday night. Let me click in and listen to somebody else talk instead of myself. Like I want to hear somebody else's voice coddle me. It was kind of cool listening to DCP Cox. But then I get on Twitter afterwards. He was only on for like 20 minutes. And gave him, I guess he was giving friends an overview of what happened or something was going to happen, whatever's going to happen this week. So then I got off, and then I'm like scrolling through FinTwit, and I'm like, man, everybody's gone. Nobody's on FinTwit tonight. And it was really weird, even just swimming through FinTwit this Friday night was really fucking bizarre. It was like bot heaven. Like bots everywhere. People that should be outside, not outside. People that shouldn't be stuck inside their basement that were still stuck in their basement on a Friday night. They were out and about. DCP Cox, he's out because he works at a restaurant. I think he owns a restaurant, like a bar. So you know that guy's already keeps keeping weird ass hours. It's like 5 in the afternoon for him on a Friday. So it was safe to hang out with him, but generally speaking, FinTwit was creepy. Just Twitter was creepy. I don't think I've been spending too many Friday, Saturday nights early. This was like 10, 11 o'clock on a Friday night. I haven't been on Twitter at that time, and that's like going to the Home Depot at 9 p.m. on a Friday. You can do whatever you want on a Friday night at Home Depot. Ah, sweet, good job. Good. So Watts was out this weekend. That's good to see. Out there fucking kicking it. That's awesome. What else we got going on here? So we're waiting to see if we get the next leg down, if we get the sweep to the downside. You guys all know that, right? It's really close on this top tick up here. I mean, they're really fucking calling it close, right? I mean, what is that? I think we beat it by like a half a penny. So we're looking to see what happens here. I think we beat it by a half a penny. I shit you not. So we'll see if we continue higher here. I'm assuming that the Bears want to take out another down week for the Bulls here, which is definitely possible. Let's take a peek at SPX. It's still below the flip. Let me just check something really quick here, too. Did y'all have a good weekend? Everybody have a good weekend out there? Did you guys all have a good weekend? I'm asking the Discord specifically. Sport. There's Bears are up here. They're like, sell up here, sell right here. This is the place to sell. Fucking Bears, man.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our.
We should round up all the Bears and have public show trials. I'm just messing with you, Bears. Are any of you hedging here? Maybe I can ask that question. Is this where you're going to hedge this? This is your downside hedge right here for one more sweep lower. You cranked up the new pellet smoker grill. Nice. Hell yeah. I started drawing plans for an Onra Horno. For a Horno, if you don't know what that is, a grill and a I don't know. I'm trying to figure out a way. I was like free drawing plans over the weekend for Horno, but I want to be able to use it as a smoker if possible too. Pizza oven, smoker, that kind of stuff. I'm gonna start building a brick one. Brick and I don't think I'm gonna do it with hay or anything and clay. I think I'm just gonna do it with. I have these old bricks. I took a chimney out, so I'm gonna do like a brick and concrete Horno. I don't know if you know what those are, but they're badass. Those things get up to like 3,000 degrees. Be hot all fucking weekend. Cook pizzas, bread, whatever you want in that thing. You had family visiting from Canada. Nice. Binky had a great weekend. Binky was holding it down last week. Floated with the pool all weekend with the wife. Heck yeah. Yeah, Waterboy is saying that he's hedging here for the next sweep lower. Seasonally, we should have, I believe we should be up until Thursday and then make some more downs. But then, of course, we're trying to take that swing trade for whatever this next leg is down here. I'd like to take that swing for that August. I think it's August 28th trade for the next trade up higher. I just want that. I just want this next bar up here. I can get just this last one right here. I'll be happy. Maybe I'll put a spread on with you up there. I guess time or money. I would think that if we got to 556 on Thursday, I would put the spread on. If we get to 556 today, I don't know. They might be wanting a party. Put that anyone but Trump trade on. We did price in the Trump trade, but are we going to do the anyone but Trump trade is the next question. We got Tesla earnings this week too, right? And then we've got the China must be happy. Did you see yesterday too that yesterday Biden got the most donations in one day in history of any candidate? I think it was 50 billion or 50 million at one point, like a daily contribution or something like that. I didn't get to read through the article, but South China Morning Post, Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba is set to begin a high-stakes visit to China on Tuesday, with a mission focused on a potential Chinese role in restoring peace in the Ukraine. The main topic of discussion will be the search for ways to stop Russian aggression and China's possible role in achieving a sustainable and just peace. The Ukrainian Foreign Ministry said in a statement adding that both nations would also discuss the state of bilateral relations and prospects for development. Political uncertainty is rising after Biden drops out of 2024 presidential race and endorses Kamala Harris for president. They made a big push over the weekend, pushing her as the potential new candidate. That's not in stone, though, of course. And I think there are some cracks this morning that I saw. potentially running other candidates. Of course, it's a poison pill for some other candidates too, right? To run. The S&P futures is recovering, but still slightly below. Blah blah blah. What do you got here? Mega caps are bid in a fight to safety trade, while IWM is trading higher. Meanwhile, over in China, the PBOC unexpectedly lowered its one-year loan rate to 3.35% from 3.45%. The 5-year rate was borrowed lower to 3.85 from 3.95. I think that's all I got over there. Let's check, see what else we got here. U.S. retail snaps selling strength, buys CrowdStrike. UBS's U.S. retail market making clients had 60 million inflows on Friday, putting an end to the 6-day streak of outflows as retail shifts heavily to passive defensive investing. Last week, ETFs had their largest weekly inflows, and single stocks had the second largest outflows of 2024. The ETF inflows are driven by fixed income, as political uncertainty and focus on inflation has money flowing into treasury-based ETFs. After CrowdStrike shares dropped 11% after the IT outage on Friday, retail used this as a buying opportunity. CrowdStrike was the most bought single stock on Friday with 17.8 million of inflows, the largest inflows recorded among RM clients since the company's IPO in June 2019. Didn't Kathy buy CrowdStrike as well over the weekend or something like that? Coming back down now, trading. Let's take a look here. Its prior low down below here on the 4th of June. No. Nothing's changed here. Nothing's changed. SPX Gamma just trying to fight to get up there in SPX Gamma. CrowdStrike with a new low looking to trade its monthly trigger. What do we have that line snapped for? Oh, yeah, that bad boy right there. We had already charted this ticker out prior to. We already said sell CrowdStrike. Any of you think it trades $120 or no? I think it does. It's got the new low down below here. 247. I think it actually does. Yeah, that 120 bucks, Vinky. I don't think it's the only one that's going to get murked either, bro. You could already see it happening here back on the weekly, right? You could see it happening back on February of 2024. It's on 0 right now. Let's just take a quick peek down here and see how low did we get. Yeah, right there. Bam, monthly. Super messy. You'll likely be given one more out on CrowdStrike. You'll be given like an orderly exit on it. But it ain't done going down. CrowdStrike, you should get some kind of orderly exit or a chance to get out of the trade, but you got 1, 2, 3. Oof. I'm not buying CrowdStrike as a buy the dip. I think it's going to be a poor decision. Yeah, Winky, I'm not. I mean, I was talking to. I don't know if I was talking to you or Joe Donut. I think Joe I was talking to, and I was like, if CrowdStrike showed anything, it's that it's in everything. It's like, I think it was Joe that I was speaking to. He was like, it's like blood. It's in everything. Like, you need blood to survive and to function. He's like, even if it's CrowdStrike repackaged on a different brand, the fact that it's so much relies upon it, it ain't going nowhere. No matter what Elon said, it's not going anywhere. You'd have to rip down everything, not everything, but a ton of what you're doing to integrate with some other company. It might still be a CrowdStrike product. So I don't think that's the reasoning. I mean, or I guess Joe's point to me, I think, was whatever deal you can get on it. The only thing that concerns me with CrowdStrike was even prior to what happened with the airlines, it looked like it was a candidate to get flushed down to 120. So you get the catalyst. I think it has more to do with the accumulation distribution, not that it's not a good company or it's not worth buying or anything like that. And if it regains its daily trigger and its hourly trigger, I'm wrong. Start buying it again. And that daily trigger hasn't crossed the weekly yet, too. So the door hasn't been shut yet either on it. It's not like the daily trigger followed straight down. It's got that going for it, I'll be honest. If you want the bull thesis here, you haven't had a cross yet of the daily trigger between the daily and the weekly yet. So there is no confirmed cross. I would expect a squeeze up as that does take place. The longer we stay stretched down here, the more you're going to see that daily trigger come down in an attempt to stop that closure. But if it does close, and I wouldn't assign it to like CrowdStrike is a bad company if it trades that. Just accumulation distribution. CrowdStrike hasn't come back. CrowdStrike hasn't looked back for anybody, right? It's one of those tickers that didn't really trade. It didn't get its legs cut out from the 2020 bottom, did it? I don't think that it did it at all. It got close, but not quite. One, two, three. These sellers are really vicious here. Sellers still trying to trade, selling into this gamma flip right now. If you don't have a hedge in the market, this is probably a good place for one. Sweep the legs. You also have this band down below here, 544.50. They want that. They want that big down move. So we can see it up there. sending boulders down right now. Bob in the basement's on the roof right now. He's wearing like a caveman outfit. He's got big boulders. Just hurling boulders down right now. IWM climbing up from the depths of hell already. It didn't tag the low at 213.20 or even 214.70. IWM is showing some overall bullishness. So people are buying CrowdStrike. We also had more news this morning about NVDA creating a new flagship AI chip for Chinese markets. Treasury repo rates have ticked back up compared to pattern observed prior quarters. JPY stir. Why focus on the linearity for B of J July meeting? There's mounting political pressure in Japan over the USD JPY weakness. Business leaders in Japan have started to call for an early hike in July to support the yen, with most of the market expecting the B of J to cut its Rinban bond purchases in July. The only question being amounts in tenors. The desk thinks the addition of a large surprise hike might potentially be the only remedy left in the B of J's arsenal to avoid USD JPY becoming a bigger political football. Furthermore, the B of J's latest regional economic report and its own research have pointed towards higher service sector inflation this year. The desk likes to play for a potential July B of J hike with an option hedge for convexity and targeting a higher USD JPY spot should the B of J disappoint. As such, the stir desk likes paying the July B of J at 12 BPS with a downside of 4.2 BPS versus an upside of 10.9 BPS, assuming a 15 BPS hike. On the options hedge desk likes buying the 1M161 digital. That's 157.15 spot referenced at 15% offer. Expect 3 times on a no hike decision if spot goes back up to 161. The options desk that thinks that with the USD JPY spot having unwound 5 big figures from CPI highs, market positioning is much cleaner. Front-end risk reversals have been extremely elevated due to gamma premium for further USD JPY unwind. 1 MRR 1.5 versus 1M at the money, or ATM 9.65, with topside vol coming in discounted in options. July B of J priced with a 77 BPS gap move in spot versus June B of J, which was priced at 70 BPS into the meeting. Current pricing looks relatively underpriced given July B of J. Much more in play, put together with gamma risk for higher USD JPY, the JPY weakness, convexity, and a dovish B of J seems to be underpriced. SOFR calculation changes to have small effect. UBS rate strategy. The New York Fed has proposed 2 changes to the SOFR calculation, excluding an affiliate transactions and centrally cleared delivery versus payment, and 2, altering the way the calculation tries to exclude specials. Strategist Michael Clarity thinks these will raise average SOFR rates by slightly less than 0.1 BP and lower SOFR volumes by 1.25%. Note that over the full data range, the Fed provides estimates of the impact. There was a 0.6 BP downward impact on the rates, but so far this year, and likely more representative going forward, the bias flips to an upward bias of 0.07 BPS. I got some weird shit in my feed this morning. I was watching like naked people in my feed. Like, I don't know if they're naked or not, but I don't know, some weird posts on Twitter this morning. So I was like giggling. I was like, what the hell is that all about?
Fed
That's
bids
what Joe
for
said.
three-month bills total
Joe brought up
$4.3
Microsoft
billion,
winking, was
and
like,
Fed bids for
it's in
six-month
everything.
bills total $4 billion.
SPY still grinding, fighting its way to the upside. Still no gap closure to the downside.
If you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls, then sign up today and get our special offer of
All these sellers looking for the third wave down.
our service for the price of 1 month. And save 92%.
I don't see much else in here. I wonder if I should grab some put spreads here. Leave the call spreads on, put some put spreads on in the money right here. Or if they just got left behind. I don't really want to give any money back to the put gods, do I? It's always better to buy a dip. Tesla currently back testing an hourly trigger. Still long Tesla. JPM desk think our tactical bull case remains intact, improving macro and corporate fundamentals with a Fed that is likely to cut. Hold on here. Improving macro and corporate fundamentals with a Fed that is likely to cut with economic growth around long-term trend levels. Some of the risk to this view includes continued mega cap sell-off, weaker earnings, especially tech and macro data pointing to a Fed that is behind the curve in its cut cycle, continued momentum unwind, degrossing, beginning of negative seasonality. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds reasonable.
Just of note here for Trans Mountain, its pipeline weighs debt deal ahead of potential sale. This
At
is according to
11:30
Bloomberg
a.m.
News.
Eastern Time, the US sells $76 billion in 3-month bills, prior high yield 5.195%, and a prior bid cover of 2.69. And the US sells $70 billion in 6-month bills, prior high yield 4.985%, and a prior bid cover of 2.85. We also expect comments from US Vice President and Democratic nominee Harris.
726, a little bit of vol coming up, but vol coming down overall. Current at the money vol into the 9th of August is low, or supposed to turn low. What else we got here? CTA positioning. Yeah, we should probably take a look at this. Yeah, this is important. I'm going to post this in the Discord. I think Gamma Labs was talking about this last week. Shapes, text actions. So I'm going to post this in the Discord general chat. So take a look at this chart that I just posted for you inside the general chat. Click open here. And so this is CTA positioning for the equity markets. Yeah, and what you're looking for here is what you don't want. Think about that chart that I just sent you right there. And I want you to take a look at where hold on one second. I got to take this call. It's my daughter calling me from Utah. Hold on. All right. So, apologize for that. So you've got a bear plane forming above the 1 and 5 minute trigger right here. We're retesting the hourly trigger right now to turn to the downside. Right? sellers are looking to take out the gap here.
a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells 76.
This pre-market gap right here,
Prior high yield 5.
just by a tick, of course.
Prior bid to cover of 2.69. And the US sells $70 billion in 6 months.
And then get underneath that daily trigger. So actually, I would suspect that they want to squeeze all the way down there. Yep.
From US Vice President and Democratic
and then reject this daily trigger and take out the lows down here in the 520s, 540s. And this would be the actual, this would actually be the move higher. If we take out this 542, 543, somewhere in here, that would be the actual low. Just be careful of this as we make our way lower. Can you either withstand that trade lower before the real move higher? If you can or can't, I don't know. Just be conscious of it. A little bit of a double top up here going on. Failure by buyers to get a new high. Looks like we might have gotten that one right there. That might have been the new high right there. We might have tagged it. It's so goddamn close. Just be careful of this move lower. Can your trade account for a move lower to 543? Before the move higher, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday to print. Remember also, too, that this second half of July, you need to be buying major lows to benefit to the upside. You're not going to get just all-time highs, all-time highs, all-time highs, all-time highs, all-time highs. Okay, so that chart that I posted for you in the Discord, right? That's SPX CTA positioning. You are looking for right where we are to hold. And so that CTX positioning, right, that you're looking at, is where the gamma flip is. So you want this like daily trigger down here to hold, push us higher, and take us above this gamma flip, and be very conscious of it here, because there it is down here, down at the bottom left-hand side here, screen down here. What can happen is if we break below that support for CTA positioning, at least, we begin to break below and rejecting, break below the daily or the SPX gamma, and we start CTA selling, things can get pretty ugly to the downside. So we still have some rotation going on. Q's back testing its hourly trigger right now. It's half an hour trigger. IWM trying to break out and rip faces off to the upside right now. It's got itself parked on a 1, 2, 3, 4 trigger cluster to start closing some stuff to the upside. So watch that rotation into IWM. DIA still not looking like it's ready to rock yet. Can't seem to get above its hourly trigger. We don't want to see it. It also has another level down below at 396 if it fails to launch. So watch this closely for DIA, that it sits on this band over here at 400. I wouldn't mind seeing us trade in 400, then the move higher. So
Here out to France.
if you're looking for a long in DIA, and if you see
France called for
Over
a
here.
well-anticipated move.
if you see SPOOs end up coming down, come on now.
For our real-time service.
There's a blood trade on DIA to trade 400, and then you get the real move higher. Way up there. So watch DIA closely for a little bit of stretch to the downside. And right now you're now seeing SPY starting to give up the hourly trigger. And the price target to the downside, 547.85.
Shortly expecting the results of the 3 and 6 month bill auctions.
So be careful of that. If we trigger those CTAs to begin selling, it could be dangerous. Or not dangerous, just that 3 legs down, that last leg being completed. Could get kind of nasty. Last time we triggered a sell like this on this level too was March 28th. And we did not stop selling until, or CTAs, the turn didn't come on CTA buying at least until late April, early May. Late April, early May. What else do we have here? Vol at the, SPX at the money. Vol's not really showing anything. It's got some competing information going on in it, so I can't see anything. It says our current is saying that we're going to get some vol selling, but prior at the money, vol is rising right now.
President Lula says fiscal responsibility is essential for me. If we spend more than we earn, we will go broke. Also adds it is important to make the economy grow and control inflation. His upcoming central bank board nominees will be agreed with Finance Minister Haddad, and the central bank chief nominee needs to be someone technically competent and politically honest. It's not the first time they need to freeze expenditures. Lula also notes we will make a budget freeze every time we need to do it, and fiscal, economic, and social stability are three core values in his life.
Same thing for vol control. I'll show you this one next. Volatility control is at an inflection point.
Just an update here on the geopolitical front. Ambry says a Togo-flagged UAE managed products tanker was interdicted by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. 61 nautical.
I would have already had. I figured if I showed up late this morning, we would have already done one of these bigger moves. But
Cover ratio 3.08, 3.08.
it's like we're still waiting for a market low.
Month bills and awards 24.76% of bids at high. And
This is now vol control.
4.99%, 4.99.
We begin to break below. We'll start to get some violence to the downside.
Just a bit further on that
US
geopolitical
sells
headline,
$74
Ambry says
billion in
IRGC
six-month
we're
bills
going to
and awards
seize
56%
1,500
of
tons of
bids at
marine gas
high.
oil and arrest the crew, assessing that interdiction was likely a counter-smuggling operation by the IRGC.
10 o'clock buyers testing those right now.
Of note for MAT, Mattel was approached by Lacataton with acquisition offer. This is according to...
You don't want to see vol control breakdown. It'll get messy. If you see CTAs breakdown, vol control breakdown,
Just repeating that headline.
get really gnarly to the downside.
Lacataton approaches Mattel with an acquisition offer. It's according to Reuters citing sources. Just making you aware there has been a spike higher in company shares.
The two levels for CTAs, 55, 55.10 and 58, 80.30. This is where the major selling comes in, right here, right on that hourly trigger, which is what we're doing right now. Rejecting the gamma flip for downside. Q's rejecting off their daily trigger as well. Watch out for a pretty big downside move ahead. Let's target at 54.7.86. IoT looks like it wants to do a breakout, huh? PRCT might break out. Rivian's looking for a face ripper here too, right? IoT. Samsara. I'm going to read this to you now. Per Rabobank, there has been a significant confidence in the markets and Trump winning. It is also our base scenario, if only for risk management purposes. Biden's unprecedented decision does introduce a wild card into the campaign, possibly leading to market volatility. There have already been many nationwide Harris versus Trump polls, and her numbers against Trump were very similar to Biden's and similar recent ones, but new polls that incorporate Biden's absence could change this. I made a post on FinTwit earlier last week from a gambling site owner, and he makes the same commentary. He was talking about the shift from, or the shift into a different candidate than Biden and how the numbers are changing. So be wary of numbers. If any of you guys out there follow the actual international gambling sites that bet on these elections, these are people that have money in the line, right? If you follow them closer than on the surface, you can find live streams where their owners will be interviewed and they'll publicly talk about the changing odds in the election odds, at least. Just be wary that whatever odds you saw prior to Biden dropping out of the election, it'll take like a week for the odds to be made. So just be conscious of that. Any articles that you see that have Harris losing prior to Biden falling out, any of that data, just wash it out. It means nothing. And you'll get new odds, or at least that's what these site owners are saying over the coming week. There have already been many nationwide Harris-Trump polls. Their numbers against Trump are very similar to Biden's recent ones, but new polls that incorporate Biden's absence could change this 100%. Or at least the sites that are, the betting sites are at least saying that. If Harris can quickly rally widespread party support to challenge Trump, especially in some swing states, the momentum could be hers and the race would be wide open. If so, election-related volatility should increase. Yet, if Trump continues to lead in the polls and investors remain viewing his win as inevitable, the Trump trade, which implies deregulation, tax cuts, and increased fiscal spending, should then lead to a steeper yield curve, a firmer U.S. dollar, and a boost for Bitcoin will dominate. I'll read that to you again. If Trump continues to lead in the polls and investors remain viewing his win as inevitable, the Trump trade, which implies deregulation, tax cuts, and increased fiscal spending, that would also impact the tariffs in China as well, right? And should lend to a steeper yield curve, a firmer U.S. dollar, and boost for Bitcoin will dominate. This morning's market opening does not reflect a strong investor conviction in any particular direction. The dollar remains virtually unchanged against several currencies, including the euro, yuan, and Mexican peso. The 10-year Treasury yield fell by 3 basis points at the opening, now standing at 4.21%. Bitcoin fell right after the announcement, but has since returned to levels seen earlier on Sunday, even though the VIX has been creeping higher in recent days with investors rotating out of tech FX and rates markets remain relatively quiet. Yet, with 106 days to go until the U.S. election, recent events suggest that if you're yearning for precedented times, you're likely going to be disappointed. End quote. I'd be very wary here. If you are long this market, you're being given, I'm going to say a couple things to you guys out there. Number one, I said it earlier, I'm going to say it again. If you want a chance to hedge the market, this is a good place up here. Number two, downside moves. You either get the sweep to the downside, but there could be some pain to the downside, some pain down here, sweeping like 543, something like that. And if we do trigger selling by CTAs and we lose vol control, it could become a doozy. We could get a big downside move relevant to this election volatility. What else do I got for you guys? I think we had a down bar in today's seasonality too, right? Wasn't I think Monday's supposed to be a down, like slight down bar, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are supposed to be up bars. Yeah, we don't got much today, do we? Tuesday, we've got existing home sales. We got PMI at 945 on Tuesday. New home sales on Wednesday. Big ones, of course, going to be GDP, initial jobless claims. We got to talk about unemployment, too, at some point. It's really hard to stop. I went back this weekend and I looked at unemployment and how hard it is to reverse unemployment. And then I was looking at, like, when do we hit 4.9, 5.9% on unemployment? And I don't know that they can actually stop it. I was looking back to find out if they've stopped it in the past. And then it kind of coincides, or at least the rate of unemployment as it heads higher kind of coincides with the election, the end of year, Q1. Your buddy hit the pulls out in July. Fuck yeah. It's kind of inevitable, right? It's really weird too, because I'll say a few things about this. Like, it's horrible. Like, Reddit is one of the worst places because you get like they just turn the fucking astroturfing on and they're like, we're gonna push this message, we're gonna push a message here on Reddit and see what the response is. It's like on off, on off, on off. And then you get the regurgitators, and it's like the lemmings or whatever, but they just repeat everything that they hear. And so the regurgitators, of course, are like, Biden all the way to the end. Biden. And then they all, ate shit this weekend. I mean, some of the people some cope that I saw on Friday and Saturday, I'm responding to like people with cope all weekend. I'm like, fuck you and fuck you. trying to push this narrative. They turned the AstroTurf on yesterday too, hard and heavy. With Kamala Harris, right? They're like, we're gonna push Kamala Harris. We want to see what the reaction is to, can she be the nominee? And it was like the Biden diarrhea, right? Just like nonstop. You consume it, then you regurgitate it. Then they turned it on again on Sunday for Kamala Harris, for you to consume and regurgitate. I'm assuming there's somebody out there or two that want to throw their hat in the ring for a primary, and they just have to wait their turn for the inevitable, like Kamala's not going to poll well for the Dems. Let's bring in another candidate or two to see how they poll. Which is in and of itself is kind of a shit show. They said this probably isn't the unprecedented times election, but it certainly is a little. It certainly is a little tiring. It's most definitely a little bit tiring. And all I can think about with Kamala being pushed is just political favors, money, political favors. You know, I put $50 million in for Biden. I want Biden out, but then I want Kamala to agree to push my whatever the fuck it is I want. I don't want to go to a different candidate unless we have to. I already spent $50 million. I'll give you another $50 million if you have come out. They did, both sides do this, Republicans and Democrats. Like that super PAC shit. Oof. That shit is bizarro. So they ran all that astroturfing all day Sunday, then they ran it all night long Sunday. And the regurgitators came back out again like nothing happened with Biden. At least in our politics everywhere else. So there's a whole new group parroting going on Reddit this weekend. And like you're watching, or I watch it unfold, and I'm like, this is all insano. That's what we've turned into. It's like our whole system. It's like turned in bizarro land. You're either probably taught, no matter what your political leanings are, you're more than likely either talking to a bot, right? Or a human is disseminating to you astroturfing from a bot, regardless of your party. What you think was an original thought, it's likely probably coming from a narrative being spun to you. And it's from everywhere, too. It's like from other countries. It's from companies. It's from the political parties themselves. And it's really, really wild. And it's bizarre. I think it's bizarre. I find it bizarre. I can't do it. I'm bizarre. I'm pretty bizarred out by it. Yeah, I agree with that too. Politics is nothing but narrative. I just find it bizarre that you're not real. You're like punching air, aren't you? You're straight up punching air out there. I went on to some of these like posts over the weekend. I went to like the new and controversial, and it was hilarious to read. The humans talk. The humans always talk in like the new comments and the controversial comments. That's where you find the actual humans. With the astroturfing that goes on, the narrative is like the first, all like top 100 comments is all crafted. It's like the whole thing is crafted. You must think this, please. For today, at least for today, until we change the narrative. Like you can look at like top posts on our politics Friday and Saturday. They had a narrative listed for you in best comments, best, right? How they're sorted by best. And then they switched that narrative all day Sunday to all the best comments, like full on narrative. These are your talking points. This is what you have to say. It's just like, fuck me. The instantaneousness of this. What is that? A quadruple, triple, quadruple 8 top or something? Figure 8 top or something like that? It's a joke. Oh, I didn't put out the thing last night either, did I? I didn't put out this week's earnings calendar. I don't know if everybody got that. Whether you guys saw this or not. Tesla, Google, UPS, Coca-Cola, AT&T, Chipotle. We got Ford, American Airlines, Southwest. Ooh, Southwest should crank. Talk about guidance on Southwest. That's going to be a great guidance if they shit talk. Did you guys see any of the Southwest shit talking on the internets or on Twitter at least? TNX cranking up to its peak here in the daily trigger and weekly trigger. Careful of a bloodbath here in the market and the cash markets. Come on, TNX. Give me a reversal, big dog. VIX 9-day trying to break above its hourly trigger. Still trading above its half hour and hourly trigger here. And you're teasing these bears. VIX 9-day all bulled up here. Trading 1585, wants to trade 21. I'd love to see it get fucking rejected. I think that's going to happen, though. IWM still breaking out here. IWM 30 minutes velocity is gorgeous right now. Very bullish. Daily velocity, very bullish as well. IWM looking to rip some faces off. Looking for here. Did someone remember Tesla pumping and earnings always disappointed? Usually I notice like when Tesla sells hard and heavy down into their ER, I notice like a week later, three to 5 sessions later, they rip faces off. If they do rip into ER, I've seen them sell too. I don't think they've sold. I don't think they've. I feel like I'm neutral here on Tesla into their ER. Now their guidance is going to matter mostly. They've been doing a lot of sideways trading. Yeah, they had a high back on the 11th, came back down right here. I think we do get the 27. I'm at least long for the 278. Hope I can get a good ER, big squeeze up, selling after hours, and look for a dip to buy. I'm kind of bulled up here at least until their ER. Now, is it sell the news afterwards becomes the question. Probably. SPOO's fighting to turn around to the upside right now on the half-an-hour trigger. SPY's hourly trigger is bullish too. SPY looks good here. Velocity, at least on the half-an-hour basis, is saying rip faces off here. I might have to grab one of these fucking longs on a fucking 0 date. SPY is improving velocity right now. Think there's a bear trap in here or no? Or a quick sweep and then a V shape? I don't know. It's half hour. It's hourly velocity looks fucking beautiful. Looks like it wants to hump for like 3 days, 4 days. I'm still long here. I'm long the whole fucking market. I think we got a bear trap here. That's at least what Velo's saying. We're either going to get like the hella fast sweep and then up. You're either going to get this like the hella like super fast down and up, or we just go up. It's one or the other. We're not bearish here. Someone here saying we're bearish in one of the chats. I think the YouTube chat. I'm pretty bulled up. They're saying that was the top of the market. Someone saying DIA top of the market. No way. Not even close. There could be some argument to be made that they pinned the market for July rate cut. I think JPM said that. I think JPM is the only bank here saying that they're not, that they won't, they think we might get the rate cut. Tell me if I'm wrong in that in the chat. JPM saying that, I think last week they said that, or at least Diamond said something about you could see a July cut. That would probably be the most painless thing for us to do. The most painless thing, like if there was going to be pain with a rate cut, like the market rolls over or is poised and rolls down, it'd be way better to get it done this July. If you wanted to extend the market out into 2025, 2026, that could possibly work. But I don't think that they do that. I don't think we're getting a rate cut. I'll be honest. I don't think we get the fucking rate cut. I was looking, I shouldn't say that. He needs people to buy. He needs companies to buy in and begin and triggering employing people just enough to bring down the unemployment rate, but I don't know if he can do that. So I would say if they cut in July, if they cut like the last day of this month, they'll throw a cut in there. We could see that bloodbath down, trade that monthly trigger, then we're off and running. That would work. I would think that would work. Or his other trick up his sleeve. If Jerome had a trick up his sleeve, it would be to trick or finagle some employment hiring. Then he wouldn't have to cut. You might not see a cut this year. Maybe you don't see a cut until December or something. But I bet he wants to ride that trade as long as he possibly can. That not like the promise of a cut. Even though the best cut would probably be July 31st. Like, do it now. Do it in seasonal weakness. TNX still punching above at the daily and weekly trigger. Crowd still bleeding. VIX looking to explode to the upside right now. VIX 9-day. Saying there's the VIX 9-day is saying there's a trap here for bulls, not for bears. Now, there's also some talk that or at least the volatility that's being introduced has to do with the anyone but Trump trademark. Not my trademark. Saying there should be increased volatility in the coming weeks. 30 days out, of course. That IBM looks good here. It's got the V shape down here. Does it have the higher? Oh, it doesn't have the higher low, though. It does not have the higher low over here. Let's see if they can blood us. Maybe get some news up. We need some news to come out. Send us lower, roll us straight down. You going to get the bears all hot and sexy in here? Get the bears all hot and wet? Oh yeah. The bulls thought they were getting out, and then whoo, cascade waterfalling. Big old red bar here. There's a lot of traffic right in here. A whole bunch of traffic. Need to break up from this kind of bearish here. Send it right down there. Bam. Bam. Looks like the diving board. All right, we're going to take a look at some. I'm going to post some charts really quick for you inside of the Discord under Pro Trader here. Watch out for the roll to the downside. I don't see any other news event. There's no more news events for today. We got home sales tomorrow, existing home sales month over month and year over year. No, wrong one. Let's check out Rivian. Oh, yeah. Rivian breaking out from above its hourly trigger. And buyers stepping in, looking to break out to the upside, have a breakout to the upside. Trade $20. I was hoping that Rivian would come down to 15. roughly 1550, somewhere in there, but it is attempting to break out already. It's looking for a back test on $16.90. I still want to see it come down, though. I'm not budging on that $15 call. I guess if it breaks out, it breaks out, but it's still a dip buy. Rivian still looks good. PRCT, we've been talking about this one for a long time. If you guys remember PRCT, they're trading a double top right now that looks like it might squeeze. It sold 77.22, trying to trade $80. It's a gorgeous trade. Wonder if it'll take 100 or not. Let's have a look at it. It doesn't look like it's done. PRCT. PRCT is tough. It's on a double top right now. I'll post this one into the Pro Trader. No, hold on here. Just posted PRCT for you. Rivian's a tough one. I'm not going to post the chart on. I think I already have posted it. There's another vicious one coming up too here. I got another good one for you. I was looking at Samsara this morning. You got the high tick there. So you should get the high tick there. There's two. Second here. One's already moved. Dude, serve keeps cranking. Woof. Mirror keeps cranking. Dude. They just keep moving right now. AutoZone looks like a beast too, huh? It's the kind of AutoZone's daily. AutoZone looks sexy. It has some negativity on it. 1, 2. There might be one more down move in AutoZone, but so I wouldn't chase this one, but God, I would love for this shit to happen here. Here, I'll share this one with you guys. Hold on here. Like AutoZone's a weird one. I don't know if I'd say it's weird. So I'm going to talk to you guys about one here. Can I do this? Can I do this like cap screen? So here's AutoZone. I'm going to leave this small again. So here's AutoZone on a 30-minute basis. But there's two paths here for AutoZone. I'm going to talk to you guys as a there's like the hidden hand of the market going on in here. So if you didn't have triggers and velocity, right, you would just think to yourself, oh, we're going to blast down. Could be a nice dip buy over here, right? So you get like 1, 2, and then bam, 3, and then up, right? That's 2,500. I'd be setting an alert on 2,500. Like set an alert down here on AutoZone. It's a nice big fat, snap a bar. 2,500. I'm sure that there'll be bears out there telling you it's going to roll down, blast through here, then it's blast down there. Just set alerts, not necessarily to buy it, just to take a peek at it. Where does it wind up? Does it blast down here and just slam in and off and running? Does it drag down below? Just as a point of interest intersection. But then also, when you get rid of traditional charting, right? There's something else to pay attention to here. And that's this daily trigger coming up. And if this daily trigger catches, if Momo catches, we start making new highs here. We're going to blast up into this. So there's like a nice upside trade here as well. No decision yet. So what I would say to you on this, we keep an eye out. Keep your eye out for a breakout above or below 3,000 on AutoZone. If it breaks out from this sell pattern or this consolidation distribution pattern in here, if you see a break down below, we start selling. If you see a break above 3,000, you're going to get a huge print. So big print above, big print below this consolidation distribution. So make another alert above $3,009 on AZO is the ticker. AZO is the ticker. It's got mixed velocity going on in it right now, but there's two giant trades. There's a big downside trade, and then there's a monster. There's a monster breakout trade in here. So there's a big one. Can't call this one right now, AutoZone, but watch this consolidation. See what happens if we begin to break down, if we break to the upside. Any kind of confirmed breakout above here, can be some nice trading to the upside on AutoZone. What else we got here? Got a couple breakout stocks there already breaking out. Let's go back to that last page. There is a KRO. KR. Kroger. This is a similar chart. To the, let's look at this one. So this is a similar chart to the auto zone chart that I showed you. So this is Kroger, and see how they have like declining resistance, but then they break out right here. This is where AutoZone is right here. They didn't go lower. They actually traded their daily, and it caught them, propelled them to a new high, and they did get the new high right here. So that was good to see. Shows strength, relative strength, I should say. One, two. Daily sugar coming higher. It's Kroger. Trying to break out here. Up. Roll it over. Woof, down here. She might be right there. Up, and then up to fucking $60 maybe. Try for 60. It's a nice look. I like that better. I made some adjustments to that chart for Kroger. I'll post that one for you next. For your consideration. So I posted 3 charts for you for today, and Pro Trader, PRCT, IoT, and KR. Oh, God, I want to listen to this, but I don't want to do it on stream, John. I got to copy this. Copy message link. I don't know if I should play this in the show or not. I get in trouble. Can I go to the site? Should I play it on the show? I don't know if I should. Hold on.
My fellow Americans, I want to take a moment to address some of the hateful shit you've been talking about me. Many of you have said I am suffering from brain worms or that I have applesauce for brains. Well, I won't mince words, so here it is. Fuck you. You're all a bunch of faggots. End of quote. Repeat.
Oh, I can't say that stuff on stream. God damn it. I just turned it off. Fuck. Fucking Twitter. God damn it, Twitter. I gotta screen anything that comes off Twitter. Fucking. There was some other shit that came out. Like, I went on Twitter Friday night at like 10 p.m. It was like the scariest place for it. It was like a dark alleyway of Botville. Just I can't play these. Like, I gotta pre-screen everything that you play. You think Congress is drilling the Secret Service boss right now? Are they doing that right now? That really isn't a person, right? You know, there's definitely someone on the ground that, or not on the ground, I shouldn't say. There's someone that sets up the entire event. It's probably not her. It's just a scapegoat, which are fine. Scapegoats are fine. You want to get the guy or the gal or whatever that's like the lead, whoever the lead is that goes from town to town, that guy. The guy that's like one campaign stop ahead, or girl or whatever. Yeah, she's not really the person you want to be talking to. They're not going to bring the person that you want to be talking to front and center, right? Well, they're gonna bring him front and center behind the closed doors. Oh, I didn't know that I wasn't connected. Sorry about that. Whitmer endorses Harris for president. Whitmer says she will serve as a what? Michigan Governor Whitmer endorses Harris for president. Whitmer says she will serve as co-chair of Harris's campaign. You want your shot? Here you go. Everyone has to be careful in their politics right now, being in the DNC. See if they turn this around here. Holy shit, the call. Dude, who's that? Look at Tesla call buying. Woof. Hell yeah, Tesla call buying. Give me some of that Tesla love here. Give me some of that crank-a-ram at a 278, 280. That's all I want, 278. Oh, my goddamn price number. We're watching put buying is just cratering on Tesla. Call buying is mooning right now.
Just of note for GE, the company and Turkish Airlines announced an agreement for 8 GE90 110B engines and services to power Boeing 777 freighter cargo fleet.
Yeah, I think like my thought here is that the best race that you could run if you're so after Biden dropped out, right? First thing that came to my mind was they got to go through the royalty, right? Kiss the finger. Who's going to say yes? Who's going to say no? Then you've got any other contender has to think to themselves, is it better for me to go on like you got to think about this from the perspective of people that want to run for presidency. It's already dangerous stepping in right now as a Democrat. If let's say Kamala Harris runs and she loses, they got to, in their viewpoint, from now, not everyone thinks from the viewpoint of Save America. So if you're a candidate, if you're like a Newsom, you'd rather see Kamala lose, right? And you get to run in 4 years. And you're not sullied by the Biden ticket. There are others that may not be able to be electable.
Just of note for Boeing ticket.
Unless it's in this
Antonov
format, right?
On defense projects.
Kamala is one of them. We know that, right? She has the Hillary problem. Whether that's right or wrong, or it's not to be argued here, but this isn't the place to argue that. But she does have that Hillary problem. So this might be the best way for Kamala Harris to get elected, is in this kind of an environment. Is she electable is the big one, right? Can she become president or not? Probably. She probably can't. She has, I would say that any warm body that can put together basic arguments could win. Now, that's the single issue voter, right? It's not you or I. Republicans and swing elections, Republicans and Democrats only want their base to vote. That's it. Just their base. They want all swing and all single issue voters to leave the voting process. They want you to, if you are a swing voter, they don't want you voting. They don't care if you're on their side. There's landmines everywhere for single issue and swing voters can get tied up in, good or bad for a candidacy. You have the epic photo of Trump moving his head to the side, right? And that's meant to strengthen that base vote, right? It's iconic, right? Like it or not, it's iconic. It brings out their base, right? That's my guy. I'm going to vote for him. That's it. I'm showing up, right? But both sides would rather go with their own voters, believe it or not. We have one of the lowest turnouts in midterm elections. Like 65% of eligible voters show up. That's it. 65% of like people that are eligible and are registered as Democrats or Republicans, only 65%. That's how they like it, especially in a swing election. And they would take that year or every year if they could. The more they can turn you off as a single issue or a swing voter, the better off both parties are. You don't believe that, but that's real. From at least from internally, that's real of these campaigns. They want their base that'll vote for a fucking dead body. That's what they want. You slam the buy button, and you always slam the buy button, right? Democrat or Republican, no matter what. Now, Kamala Harris raises that question now, doesn't she? That's the anyone but Trump vote. If you said you couldn't vote for me before, but you don't want Trump, here I am, and I will live. But there are probably better candidates for the Democrats, but there's probably some risk to some of those people running. Whitmer's on that ticket, right? Kelly is the other one. That would be a powerhouse, right? You'd take out Arizona, Southwest. The guy's great for illegal immigration. Then you've got the Midwest with Whitmer. The South, someone from the South could do it too. Yeah, like the Southeast or something like that could be on that ticket. But I guess the question becomes, can Kamala win, or would they replace, or will they run a primary where a dark horse could come out and steal the nomination away from Kamala Harris? I don't know. I doubt it. I doubt it because it's hard enough to just see what just happened. And they're making that, the DNC is making that right now, that, or that plea right now. Look what we just did for you. So, vote Kamala. And that has a lot to do with super PACs. And then it also has to do with other candidates that don't want to foul running up. I'll just wait 4 years and get my chance later. I don't want to be tied to a failure or an implosion of the DNC, right? If they do fail to win the presidency. They want to be a part of the what? We fixed the DNC election run. So I don't know who the nominee is going to be. If it's going to be Kamala or somebody else. It looks like yesterday was more of an affirmation that we just need a viable candidate. Anybody breathing that can put together simple sentence. I mean, basically simple sentences, right? That's real, right? I mean, what did Biden have to do in that debate? Felon, simple, right? Don't say much more than that. Under investigation in multiple states, simple stuff. Barely simple stuff. When you can't put that stuff together, you don't need to get complicated or anything either. That's a risk to Trump. If I was Trump, I wouldn't fucking debate her. I would not debate anybody, no matter who the nominee is. If I was a Republican, I would be scared. I would be scareder than I was running against Biden. If I was a Republican, I wanted Biden to stay in. Not that I am a Republican, but I try to think from how they think. And I don't think the election is secure at this point for the Republicans. They wanted to vote against, or they wanted to run against Biden, 100%. You don't have to debate him ever again. You can just run that reel for the rest into the election. You're not voting for an actual president. And that's swing voter. And if you piss off the swing voters and the single issue voters enough, they just go fuck them both, right? I'm not voting for fucking Trump, and I am not voting for fucking Biden. I'm just going to stay home. That's out right now at this point. That voter is in again. So that does bring questions into the iconic photo trade, or not trade, I guess it's trade, but the iconic photo for Trump is good, right? You're going to bring your base out, and they're going to come out and vote. But now with like a new ticket, you're just like, I don't know. That single issue voter might get pissed off and say, well, fuck it, I can now vote for where I had a problem voting for Biden because I don't know who the fuck I'm actually voting for. Right? I'm serious. Those single issue voters are dangerous. They're dangerous voters. They can bite you in the hand just as much as lift you up.
Withstand preliminary loss estimates from crowd.
These elections come down to what? 20, 30,000 votes, 40,000 votes at times in these swing states. I don't think that Kamala could win in a. If you had Kamala in an open primary, she just primaried, she wouldn't win. This is her chance to win, though. If she had a chance to win, this is it. The forces greater than herself would propel her into that. Even if she fails, even if she loses the election, this is probably her best chance to win presidency. She came in. The truth is, she came in last place, right? In the Democratic DNC nomination process, I think she came in last. And she's got the California thing. Newsom does too. Newsom's got that California thing hanging over his head too, which can be overcome. Just it's real for right now. It's under the microscope, California. Yeah, it's like the captain of a Navy ship. The captain takes the rap no matter whose fault it is on board, 100%. I'm assuming that you're talking about the Secret Service director, right? Squawk. Let me see if I can read anything here. Are you talking about that stuff I read to you earlier about CrowdStrike? Think tighter. Here, I'm gonna post this to you guys inside of the. This is a handy little thing. Now, as of a couple weeks ago, right before the debate, I posted a black box thing to you guys that showed that, like it was like a week before the debates. Wall Street said we're going to price in a sweep from Republicans of the presidency and a down ticket vote. Now they're talking about Trump with a down ticket vote, but also introducing a split Congress. So I'm going to post this to you guys in the Discord really quick. These are implications for the Republicans. Yeah, I didn't read anything in here about CrowdStrike losses yet. Yeah, this is a nice little guide, right? It's a good little guide. I guess you could also take this Trump with split Congress to read if Biden wins with a Democratic Congress. SPX still improving right now, fighting for a turn on its hourly trigger. I'm still long the market here. I'm looking for this hourly trigger to turn to the upside and propel us up. Although there is some risk of a sweep to the downside up here, still hasn't happened. Still no downside sweep. Q's looking productive right now, like it wants to squeeze back up. IWM looking all bulled up. DIA looking a little weak right now. Looking for a back test of 400. VIX 9-day, we're going to find out now if we squeeze higher or not. VIX 9-day is telling a different story, saying look for a squeeze to the upside, some unknown news to the market maybe. There's no news scheduled for today. Nothing I can see on the radar for today that's like pressing down here. No news in the morning either. Nothing early tomorrow. Could be an argument made for HYG coming back to close its gap to the downside before it squeezes higher. What's going on with this? You kind of just want HYG to bust out from here, break up. Hey, come on now. You don't want to see HYG get rolled here. TNX now trading and rejecting its daily trigger. Tesla looking to squeeze. NVDA already squeezing. Crowdsource still bleeding. Its monthly trigger at 224. Still hasn't traded 250 yet, though. Come on now. Back over there. 247.59 needs to be breached first. Bulls trying to pull it out, regaining the hourly trigger. 1 minute, half an hour, 1 minute, all creating a 4-trigger bull cluster. This is the place where the sellers are selling as well up here. Just take note of it. Sellers are on this plane trying to push it down, push it down. We're fighting our way back up again. See what happens here. Get the breakout or not. Yeah, so Kathy Wood did buy. I'm pretty bared up on, well, I'm not bared up on the interim on it, but I am bared up in the long term on it. I'd like to see 247.59, then a retrace to the upside. Keep an eye on it. It's trying to base out right now. Its 30-minute velocity looks great, but its daily velocity looks like shit. SPX coming back into its hourly right now. Still looking for 556.50. $5.55. C's are only 22 cents. Oof, that's a nice trade. It's a nice fucking trade right there. Only 22 cents. Another 24 and 25 cents. Give me one more pullback here. I'm missing the trade already. Taking an intraday trade. Fuck. I'm already. Fuck it. I just delete that trade. They're not going to give me a back test. Not. I guess I'm not taking a trade. I was hoping I could take a back test trade here, and then up. I think I'm going to get left behind here. Just going to squeeze it.
Take a T. FCC says AT&T's wireless outage in February blocked more than 92 million US calls and prevented more than 25,000 attempts to reach 911. Just an update here for Boeing, ticker BA. S&P says assume Boeing's production and deliveries of 737 MAX aircraft.
Anybody on a 0-day trader calls for the upside?
From current low levels.
I saw it turn and I was like, "Yeah, give me a minute here." I didn't jump on it, but I wanted to. Ah, fucking shit. 555 is fucking burr printing right now. It's already up almost 100% from right in here. No. I wanted that fucker right. Like, I missed that fucking trade right there. I got some 5-6s. There's spreads, though. Still a beautiful trade. It's a safety trade, though. This is like intraday. At least wanted one intraday trade today. This was it. I'm being left behind on it. Who was the other one I was going to look at there for you? Oh, dude, Disney, baby. Woof. Disney. The mouse. The fucking mouse. Are you gonna get your day with are you gonna get your date with Winky's $72? It bounced on that 78, I remember that. Yeah, there'll be, well, it's not necessarily risk off for China, but yes, there's a trade for it. So if they think Trump, so this doesn't think about this from the perspective of like rate cuts. You know, there's like the trade pricing in Trump winning, then pullbacks on that. Then does he actually have a chance to win? His chances of win have gone down. From a gambling perspective, they've come down.
Michigan Governor Whitmer says she wouldn't take the VP nomination.
Yeah, that's my question here. Would she take the VP? Would Whitmer take the VP? Probably not. Probably not. I don't think so. No, she'd lose her window too. If she took the VP and they won, that's like 8 years where she's VP. More than likely, they don't win again. You'd have a rollover to a Republican. at that point. You'd probably get a matter of fact, if the moment Trump leaves the election, there's a fair chance of Republicans winning. So if he was like knocked out of this election, it would like mess with her becoming the president. I don't see her taking the VP either. Or if they opened up the primaries, there's a possibility of her and someone else. But I don't think she takes the VP nod. I don't think that she does. I think she's got her own plans to run. She possibly could. I think she would with Kelly. Kelly is like, you don't want to see Kelly running. If you're a Republican, you don't want to see Kelly. It's like, that's the one name. Just say, oh, he's unelectable. That's all you keep saying. IWM looking gorgeous right now, squeezing. DIA trying to fight its way back up and to the right. VIX 9-day for right now getting sold down off the monthly trigger. VIX, or the monthly trigger for VIX, I should look at it. Haven't. It's not quite at a bottom, but it's close. Not quite at a bottom, but it is close. In the next 3 months. There's something coming. There's something, maybe not today, but there's something coming. There's some kind of a correction in our future. You think Josh Shapiro? I don't. I'm gonna assume a lot of this is gonna be. I'm gonna assume that some of this is like, you can't have two women when the presidency and VP. You have to put a man in there. No, I'm gonna assume that some of that's there. But so if Trump wins, risk off for China. Like, that's hard to say with China. Trump's a wild card for me with China. Like, you get they both want tariffs on China. I feel like there's more volatility with China with Trump than like, I don't see Biden. I mean, I know Biden's optics are bad, or at least the Democrats' optics are bad with how strong they are in China. I think they're going to be similar tariffs, regardless, on China. I think Trump brings more volatility. I'm not sure that that's a full-on trade, that tariff trade for Trump, or that it's actually real. There could be the trade for the tariff trade. Could be separate than do we actually get stronger tariffs or not from Trump? Yeah, she'll definitely need someone to mansplain things. Sir, I know. It's so fucked up. I'm like, we've turned into what? Identity politics and, I don't know, the black woman trying to become the president of the United States. Fucking, and she's a woman. It's fucking stupid. What does this have to do with being a human? Like, Elon lays right, but Bitcoin doesn't pump. That's the Trump trade too, right? Bitcoin. It is bizarre though. I mean, this election for I can't recall anything like this in my lifetime. The closest thing I could recall to this would be probably my father's experience in the 60s. I can't think of any other time, though, in my life where a shit show that's our political system is turning into. Makes me, like, tired even thinking about the next election. Does our politics turn into this? It's not the best place for us to go with politics, is it? It's not a bright outlook right now. I'm already tired of it. I'm tired of this shit already. And then this weekend they didn't do anything. I expected Biden to drop out over the weekend, and then it didn't happen Friday, and it didn't happen Saturday. And then they started candy coating it over the weekend on Reddit, and I'm like, what the fuck are they doing right now? They literally took whoever runs the bots, the astroturfing and the message. They took one last swing at it Friday and Saturday. Like Friday and Saturday on Reddit, they took one more swing, and I'm like, fuck, we're entering the stage of let's cover it all up again and just pretend that didn't happen. You're just going to have to live with Biden. And I was like, so then I went through like the fucking new comments and the best comments. And I'm like, he's not going to remove himself. Like time was running out. I think I gave him 48 hours to a buddy a couple days ago. I was like, he's got 48 hours. I don't think he's going to make it to the weekend. They could have destroyed all their credibility if they wait until Sunday. And then they did it like midday Sunday at the last minute. I'm like, you assholes. You already knew he was dropping out. Got to make one more backroom deal right now. To the wire back here. Yeah, he had more tweets, most tweets. He broke his record for most tweets in a day, right? He was pissed too. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm positive. I tested this last week. Last week I made a post on Twitter. Said if Biden steps down, this is his path to win. And I want to know what your thoughts are. And there was just like, fuck you, no. Well, they were being really nice. I was appreciative of the not going crazy in the comments, but I was mostly testing to see who would be aware of the danger to Republicans. That's really why I made the post was I wanted to gauge, do Republicans feel threatened by Biden stepping down and someone else replacing him? And there was no fear that I could see from Republicans in that post, which I found a little concerning. Because I'm always looking for someone from any party, whether you're Republican or Democrat. I want to gauge: are you objective or not?
Meeting of
can you see from the other perspective what's good and bad? And people are just like, nope, fuck no. It's worse if he drops out.
Security,
of course,
and the U.S. anticipates
Elon
will have opportunity to engage with Chinese.
Making 150 fucking posts on Twitter yesterday.
Trip.
Is because he knows, and more than likely there was some huge damage control going on inside the Republican re-election
Brink visit
committees.
U.S. Secretaries of State and Defense
yesterday
will focus on implementation of key outcomes.
I'm sure there was panic.
And key will be to ensure agreement is implemented and that China ceases provocative actions in South China Sea.
God damn it! I can't believe I missed this fucking trade. 555 is now up 300% or so. They were at 22 cents. I wanted to jump in. I'm like, I'll post it in the Discord first. Then I'll take the trade. Now trading almost 60 cents right now. I'm angry. Missing this trade. This is a good place to take some off, even if we squeeze higher and get that new high up here. Matter of fact, the line is now right there. A little bit higher. It's a good place to get out. Let them fight for the next move higher.
A bit further here from Crichton Brink.
You took the trade. Congratulations. I should have jumped on it. Didn't.
Open, but no Blinken meeting with North Korean representatives.
It's a nice squeeze right there.
On sidelines of Asia meeting.
Yeah, you missed it too. I wasn't quick enough. I didn't get the price that I wanted, so I thought I was going to not back test. It was at 22 cents, and I'm like, just give me a minute. I'll get a couple bars back and forth. I'll grab it, and we'll jump up and run, but it didn't happen. Trading 554 again this morning. Monday morning, fake outs going on here, right? Accumulation. Yeah, I think that Kelly would be the best, or I think Kelly would swing a lot of Republicans that are would take someone. I think Biden was that candidate. People would disagree with me in the show. I think Biden has never been a Democrat. He's like a middle of the road. He's made huge gaffes over the years. Unelectable as president many, many times. I don't know how many times he's run. Once, twice, maybe. I remember him from the 90s. He was never a presidential candidate. Unelectable in a lot of cases. He became electable, in my viewpoint at least. He became electable when I believe people wanted a break from Trump. They were just like, anybody, just don't fucking jam a Bernie down my throat, right? And I'll say yes. And Biden kind of, to me, and this pisses off the party hardliners. They don't want you saying this. They think that if you say this, you're not a real Democrat, or if you admit to this, you're not a real Democrat, or I don't know, their vote counts more than the other fucking millions of votes. The Republicans do the same thing, and the party line is, you stick with the party line no matter what. So they never like someone from their own party. Me either. They don't like, Democrats don't like me saying any of the shit that I say. I'm like a bad Democrat. But I will say this is kind of cool. There's some cool parts to this. For you out there, at least. Now, I don't want to say this because it's kind of horrible, but if you noticed in the past 2 or 3 weeks, there have been a lot of older people that are prominent passing away. Did you notice that? Past 2 or 3 weeks, prominent public people of a certain age, boomer age. No offense to boomers either. But you can notice that you're going to see an increase in this age group of people. Waves of them begin to die, right? Die or step back from public light. This benefits both Republicans and Democrats that are young. That you're seeing, at least in the Democratic Party at this point, you're seeing some kind of a hopeful baton pass. I don't think that Kamala Harris is a part of the boomer generation. I think she's a decade younger than the boomer Democrat. I would say she's Gen X, right? She might be Gen X. I'm not positive on that, but I think that she's at least out of the boomer generation in her age group. So if you start to see that handing of a baton from boomers to the next, I don't know, let me just look up how many generations there are. Names of each generation. So you've got the boomers, right? They go to born in 1964, 46 to 64. Harris age, let's see. Look at this. This is a shocker. She was born October 20th of 1964. So they still squeezed in a fucking boomer. God damn. By 3 fucking months. Just fucking 2 months. 2 months and fucking 10 days. I take back what I said. I take back what I said. Generation X is anyone born from 1965 to 1980. So they still snuck in a boomer by 2 months. They still fucking, they can't let them go, can they? Here I am saying, you're probably going to get a baton passing. The Dems are going to be the first to do it. And sure than shit, she's 2 months within that. I mean, I guess she's in the real tail end of it, but they still got a boomer. Fuck me, man. Still can't get a Generation X. they got then like next election cycle. Like, all right, they were born on December 30th, 1964. We're gonna run one more. Just one more. We got that last little grip. That little like greasy, slimy grip right on top there. Just can't cut it loose. But that's the hope here, right? Would be that you'd get another a decade. Get rid of the 80-year-olds and try to get the 69-year-olds and 60-year-olds. And you're always looking for that, right? You're looking for does the next generation, Gen X, are they able to wet their whistle, as it would be said, right? They get to wet their whistle in executive politics. Dude, they fucking didn't get, she wasn't a Gen X by 2.5 months. Still fucking, they're still fucking, still get that, like the fat little greasy hand is still on that little tiny bit right there, which is a part of the boomers, bro. Not a shocker either. Not a shocker. Reading that just now is like, it's like just more scams. Yeah, bring back the latchkey kids. Remember them? Good old latchkey kids. This is when mom and dads had to go back to work or had to go to work same time. Both had to start taking on, here we go, right back over here. See if we can get back up there. And your son or daughter would go to school either walking or by bus and then walk home with a key around their neck. And they would open the front door and be home alone for 2 to 3 hours every day. Latchkey kids. All I want is for 5 to 6, man. You guys can do whatever you want. Yeah, well, that transfer of wealth and power, you're always looking for signs of it, right? You're looking for signs of it anywhere. This is my point about older people that are prominent were passing away at a pretty high rate.
In the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
Past couple weeks, and it was interesting. Wait a minute. What the hell's going on here? And do you see more of that, I guess, becomes the question. Do you see more of the handing off of power and money as time progresses here? I mean, how much longer do you expect? 5-10 years? Should be some kind of a handoff of power in the next 5-10 years, right? To Gen X. Do you want to eat and eat anything in the house? That was my problem. That's what my dad was like. My dad did the shopping in our house.
77.
So I'd show up at the house and I'd pound like a brick of cheese or something.
$1 billion for
taco night and piss him off.
Operation.
So someone else just made a comment in the Discord. They said, this blew me away over the weekend. This is the first time in 48 years that a Bush, Clinton, or Biden is not in the race for president. I thought about that too, Condor. There could be a case made that this isn't even a swing election anymore, right? Or a midterm election anymore, is it? Or Trump wasn't in office, right, last term, and neither was Kamala as president.
News for non-farm payrolls. Then
does this shake up the midterm election trade?
For a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
So Disney, blood in it, huh? Winky was as Winky. What does Winky think it goes down to?
And just
For some reason, I'm not showing.
MAT. According to Yahoo Finance, they do note, according to sources familiar, Mattel is not in any deal talks and has not been approached. Of note there for MAT Mattel.
Disney looks good. I like Disney here. Its monthly velocity looks gorgeous. Looks beautiful. Its weekly is bared up. I don't know that I'm necessarily bearish or bullish today on. I don't know that I'm bullish on Disney today, but do you think we get the $72? Let's take a look at Disney really quick. Here's Disney checking it out on a hold on here. Having this really weird thing that I got to do here. Anyways, Disney's velocity. Let me just trash that one and bring this one up. Okay, there we go. So in Disney's velocity, what I like about this is that its monthly is coming up from the bottoms depths of hell down here. Its weekly looks like dog shit, like it wants to make one more leg down before it comes up. It's not quite ready, but it's been a good producer down here. Like, so if you bought any of these dips down below, it's printed really nice. I think it does get its low. You are getting higher lows on its daily velo. But I would still like to see it trade down here, if possible. But it's, we talked earlier last week, we talked about tickers that have been in an earnings recession. I don't know that we necessarily get this low, though. Like $70 down here, right? I'd set an alert down here at least, $70. Set a nice alert down here at $70 for Disney. There's a monthly velocity is turning up, so there can be a case made that we don't catch the $72, that we just complete this and start running higher and explode to the upside. And so there can be an earlier turn here. But you don't want to be chasing tickers either. So you get some blood here, maybe. Boom, boom, boom. Right? A little bit of doom and gloom. That correction would likely be over, too, if we traded this. You get the 1, the 2, the 3, and then boom up. And there are some other places down here. To at least come back and check. This would be the big one right here. Whatever they can stretch this down. Trade 93.72.
Mattel ticker MAT. Via spokesperson, they do note very confident.
DCA 3 times maybe.
Company. That's just them commenting on the takeover report. Spokesperson does note Mattel is very confident in its strategy as a standalone company.
This daily velo looks fine. Or not fine, but its monthly is going to pull higher.
The latest New York Fed reverse repo operation. They do accept 396 billion across 77 bidders. Does compare to Friday's 380 billion across 67 bidders.
SPY squeezing higher right now. Trading 554.24. Back to retest the highs for a fourth time today. Looking still today for 556.50. See if I can post this in the Discord. I just posted a chart for Disney for you guys. Long-term holdings, DCA, candidate, and Disney. See if we can catch a squeeze out of this here. IWM breaking out in a huge way right now. SPX Gamma coming into resistance at the Gamma flip right now. Note Gamma flip at 55.65 on SPX. Next gamma level 5,700 on SPOOs. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. How the turntables turn, huh? There's like nothing between 55, 65, and 5,700.
And just on the US election footing here, do note Pelosi does endorse Harris for president. Just there, Pelosi does endorse Harris for president.
Ooh. Who else? Who hasn't given their nomination, or have the Obamas come out yet, or no? I think there was like I think Obama, Pelosi, and one other, Schumer, as of yesterday, hadn't endorsed Harris, right? So it looks like one of the three have come around to endorsing Harris. Tell me if I'm wrong on that. The Clintons, I don't know if the Clintons have done anything yet. Q's back on their daily trigger. IWM breaking out. Looking to smash, smash, smash. DIA just grinding sideways right now. VIX 9-day getting rolled currently. HYG looks like it's taking the path to squeeze to the upside currently. TNX getting rolled off of its daily trigger right now. Tesla looking to squeeze. Call buying, ramping on that one, of course. NVDA trading its daily trigger. Trying to get a breakout. Triple top right now on NVDA. Crowd trying to base itself here to trade higher to 292. But definitely still looking for ultimately a trade lower on CrowdStrike to 241.86 and then ultimately 225-ish, right around there, 220 maybe on CrowdStrike before a relief rally. No news on the squawkers here. Financial Juice not saying much. News Squawk not saying much this morning. Just quiet out there. Oh, if we just start squeezing, I'll fucking my face will. Oh, the cookie crumbles. Great crash of 2024. Well, we have had many of those this year, haven't we? Had 2 or 3 tops called this year. If we get all-time highs by Thursday, I will laugh my ass off. Start that range expansion trade, right? Here's new highs, here's new lows, here's new highs, here's new lows. I've seen talk on Twitter that Michelle is going to run. That's why Obama hasn't given his endorsement. I don't know that I like her. I like her. I think I shouldn't say it like that. I don't know that I think I like Harris more than her because she has a record in politics. Michelle Obama doesn't really have anything. I don't think she should run. I personally think Kamala is a better pick if you're going to go for like that African American woman vote or something like that. I wouldn't like that if she did that. I think Kamala's VP, like her or not, or whether she's electable or not. I didn't know they were going to run Michelle, or there's talk of her. I mean, I knew there was talk of it. I didn't know that it was real. Yeah, I don't think that she should run either. It's bad optics. Nope, I got to go back into the general chat. I missed the entire general chat. I apologize, guys. I was like, I had like scrolled up or something. I got lost in the chat. Yeah, you're saying you put Michelle on the ticket, she'd have a clean sweep? Oh, yeah, baby. Okay, so if you followed me on Friday into this trade, we got some call spreads here. You're going to, or you can do whatever you want to do. Not financial advice. But we're coming into, I want you to see this here. Coming into the gamma flip right now in SPX at 55.65. I want you to know out there that if we trade above this number, there's a couple other spots too, but let me see if I can show you guys this here.
Just of note here for the metals traders, according to ISSG, world refined copper market is in a 65,000 metric ton surplus in May 2024.
Just hang tight here for you guys. So I'll snap two lines in here for you. Come on now. So just a couple notes to you here, right? Number one, so this is where we get some pretty big CTA selling, right? We get some more CTA selling above here. Hang tight here. Right about there. So we're above those two levels right now. I want you to know that, okay? We have a large gamma concentration above at 5650, which is come on now. It's actually higher now. It's 56. It's 5,700. We're trying to sell the flip right now, just so you can see it. So here's the gamma flip. They're using this as their basis to sell right where we are right now. So if you've got call spreads on, this is kind of the top. If we are able to break above here, though, see where this line is right here. If we're able to hold this, it's going to lead to some major squeezing to the upside. It's kind of like topish right here. Unless we're able to break above. So bottom right-hand side screen. So SPX gamma, just so you can see it here. This is where it's at. We need to be above this to begin to entertain some pretty major, big squeezing up here. 5650 right here. And then, of course, 5700 up here. So just pay very close attention here. This is where they've been selling. You can see them back here. Sold here, sold here, sold here. Tempting to do it again right now. If you want to take call spreads off, this is kind of like your last chance to do it. If you believe that we can go higher in the next 3 days, If you believe we can fight our ways up way above this gamma flip, start getting some positive gamma under our belt, and grind higher, stay long. Not financial advice, of course. I'm still long here. I haven't taken anything off. Again, this is the second warning for today, I guess, second or third warning. 1, 2, 3, fourth warning. If you wanted to hedge the market, this is the place to do it as well. These are where the sellers are. This is the demarcation between positive and negative gamma. Let's take a look at velocity really quick on SPX. Nice little V-shaped recovery going on here. Looks beautiful. Like it. Hourly velocity on SPX looks good. Looks bullish. If I had to guess here, we're going to try to fight our way up there and hold on to that 55, 65. I think that we hold this. You will see a narrative change if we do hold this gamma flip. You'll see that on public. And the return to the scene of the crime trade will come into play here in just a moment. No sweep to the gaps below as of yet. We'll wait and see if we can hold the gamma flip. If we do, you'd see a fundamental shift here to the upside. You want some upside targets for that trade, too. You got them. 55,650. And your next target would be 55,890. And your next target would be a range bound in here, though I think you hit the top target. 56375. Probably not anybody's. On here. That's a new high. I guess we'll lay them out for you up there. PT2, PT3. I don't even want to look to see what 555 is trading right now. Do you feel, if you're a Republican out there, do you feel, let me ask you a question, if you're a Republican or if you're a Republican out there. Do you feel safer? Do you feel like you've locked in the presidency with Biden dropping out now? Historically, I think you've got one instance of it not mattering, and then every other instance, it hasn't worked for a party. I think there might be one or two other instances of replacing having worked. I don't know, though. In today's day and age, I think we live in, I don't think it's the same. Like, I think in today's day and age, it's a lot different. I think it's like comparing trading pre-internet, like to trading after the internet. I think this time is different. Like, do you feel like, I guess the truth is, I'm not asking you who wins. As a Republican, do you feel like you've locked it in, right? Like, would you have preferred to have ran against Biden? Do you feel like them switching seals the deal for Republicans? I've heard all that chatter, but I don't know what chatter is real, what chatter is the just, you know, like the astroturfing that happens. I would think that if I was a Republican, I would want to face Biden. That's what I would think. I'd take my chances with Biden. I want gaffes. I want guffaws. I want questioning his health. I want all of those things like front and center. I'd want the narrative. Like, I want the narrative. Look at them. They're incompetent. You know, like, they can't fight their way out of a paper bag, all that kind of stuff. I want that whole narrative just like full bore into the election. I don't want like any other chance or hope or anything. If I was Republican, that's, you know, but I'm one of those Democrats too that, like, I like James Carville. Like, he'll rip your eyes out, shit down your neck the first chance he gets, even if you are a Democrat. I like those politics. I like those knockdown, drag out. This is my candidate. This is my party. All that kind of stuff. Democrats are like famous for not being that party. Like, famous for just like inept. If there was a party that was considered inept, it's definitely the Democrats. So even just seeing that this weekend must have been huge for them. I can guarantee that was no fun for them to do. Here you go, as a baseball bat. Take it out and take a swing outside with it. We don't do that around here. We don't believe in swinging baseball bats. We'll lose with dignity around these parts. I think he was ideal. I think he was ideal for if I was a Republican, I would have been situation. Let him keep running. Don't say a word. Just keep it Biden. I don't want to face a prosecutor. Do not want to do that. Do not want to debate a prosecutor. Anyone that's spent their life arguing would not want to debate them. Not willingly. I've been watching AMC. Take a look at AMC. You want to see AMC? Halted? Ooh, yeah, nice. AMC. Whoa, AMC. Woof. Big old squeeze down there. Traded 482. Six and 6.62% move. Thirty-minute velocity looks great on it, by the way. Its daily velocity is meh. Looks like a squeeze. SPY fighting and clawing its way back again up here. I got nothing on AMC here. That's, I mean, you got, it's squeezable here. The original old guy CEO for AMC, I think he said he owns it at what? He owns it at $1.30 or something like that. Its last low over here was at $2, 2.5. You guys looking for the breakout on weekly velocity? This is AMC. Man, I see what you're getting at here with the breakout wanted. SPY coming back in for a squeeze higher again. Its hourly looks great. Its daily doesn't look kick-ass. Some suspect of its daily trigger. They just attempted to take it down. It's trading $5.13. Price target, upside price target. At least on an intraday hourly basis, looks bullish. Price target $5.75. Attacking the gamma flip once more right now. It'd be fucking hilarious if we just start green barring it straight up. AMC, it's really memey right now. Not a bad thing. It just trading like a meme. There can be an argument made that the daily trade, the one problem, I want to show you one problem here with AMC really quick. Sometimes when you use a lot of your velocity to get where you need to be, you still need another pullback. And it's likely going to happen. So this is what the attempt was. Attempt was to take this bad boy down. Right? Bam, slam down. It's probably a bunch of buyers down here, 460, 467 or whatever. And they stepped right in with force. But we're not done looking at this ticker yet. And this is where my problem is. That's what they're saying right there. Fuck you, no, we're buying it. We've got buy orders all the way down to this imaginary line down here, right? The only thing that bothers me here is like declining velocity here. You see it? It's still declining on a daily basis. That's how we got this bloodbath over here. This wasn't fun. This was ugly. This is what traded it down to $2.50. So just be wary of. You got declining velo over here. It doesn't always lead to good things. On a daily basis, your weekly looks fucking amazing. Your monthly looks amazing. So, I mean, if you look at velocity, right? If you look at velocity, there can easily be an argument made, that you're just not quite there yet. You just bam back down there to $4, and then it's right there. There could be an argument made that this is going to happen right here. But watch it closely. If it begins to break out from its weekly trigger looks good. So if at any point on AMC, if you do see like a breakout above, on AMC, boom, new high. Take this bad boy out right here, boom. We can start talking about, I guess that would be down there and then up there. You can start discussing getting long above 574, 575. And there is a trade from here to 575 too, so it's not like it's untradeable here. Market fighting right now to get above its gamma flip, turn into positive gamma this morning or afternoon. Thoughts on GameStop? Bullish on GameStop too. Nope. Compressing price right now on SPX Gamma on a 30-minute basis, even though they're not showing it here on SPOOs. One-hour bars being lost to bears right now on SPX. 4-hour bar as well. Come on, SPX. Series of new lows on SPX Gamma below the flip. See if this holds or not. How y'all doing? Doing great, Sparky. Been making money this year. It's been good. It's been a very good productive year. Oh, it's making up for my last year fucking stupidity. Taking a look right now, Harry. Oh, I like it. I like it a lot. We used to trade this. We've traded this in the past. I like it a lot. Took that one out right there. You're just checking the bat. You're just checking the cross of the weekly and monthly trigger. Green. Green. 1, 2, and 3. Come on, baby. Squeeze them out of there. Come on, baby. Give me that 556. Give me that. Give me that Friday into this week expectation. Tag it for me so I can gloat. Just give me the gloat trade, please. 2:00 in the afternoon right now. Let me see. Don't sell me down now, bro. Don't do it. I hate when this happens. There's Zim for you. What was the other one you asked from? NKE and Vale. Just give me 556. Just tag it so I can get out. Vale. It's losing. Vale's breaking down. That's not good. It should be known that it's not good, though. I'm bearish on Vale. At least I think I am. Not a fan of Vail. $2020 low is $4 and something cents. I'd have to know more about Vail, whatever's going on with Vail. I'd have to know more information on Vail. Not interested to be a buyer in it at all. I'm not even going to put a chart. I charted it out, but I'm not a fan of it. I'm kind of bared up on it. Oh, it will? Thanks for that heads up, Winky. Yeah, Vail's kind of sketchy. Vail is pretty sketchy here. It has like an asymmetrical triangle kind of a thing going on. It should have been going higher. Its monthly velocity looks like ass. It looks like total ass. Quarterly looks like ass. Its weekly velo looks like possibly it's at a bottom. But the other higher frames look like shit. It looks like it wants to come down. Trade $5, $4. Unless it recovers its monthly, it's in a bear market right now. And it's starting to confirm it too. It's starting to break through its monthly trigger or its quarterly trigger. Its 6-month trigger is at $10. Hope for $10, but I would not be shocked to see it trade 560. Or even it had a low in 2016 of $1.46. That's how low they are on that ticker. $1.50. I'd be wary of it. Pounding sand up here, knocking on the door of positive gamma here. This is the place for bears to sell. This is where they want to go full bore right now. It's on the negative velocity, or not velocity, on negative gamma. They don't want to be in positive gamma because we switched to a by the dip environment, right? You catch a new high up here and then a back test. Oof. Anybody ready for 5,700? Y'all ready to be 300 points away from all-time, or not all-time high, 6,000? Everybody ready to put their clown masks on? Yeah, Harry, I'm not a fan of Vail. I haven't looked at their fundamentals yet. You might want to ask Winky. He probably knows more about the company than I do. Just from like velocity. You figure that trade never came back down from its lows in 16. That was $1.50. So market maker zone at $1.50, trading 10.96. No interest unless we're above $12.70 right now. Trying to sell us down here on the gamma flip. Okay, yeah, Winky's stopping in right now to talk about Vail. So it says Pelosi endorses Harris, Schumer and Jeffries to follow later today, according to CNN. I haven't seen anything in the Obamas yet, if they have yet or not. I don't think that they did. I don't think that they've said we support Kamala Harris. Someone in the one of the chats is saying that they expect Obama to announce her presidency or candidacy. I hope that said she doesn't. VP would be fine. She want to run for. I don't think that she should run for VP, but if she want to run for VP, that'd be fine. I don't think she should be stepping on Kamala Harris. Yeah, there's exactly. David AMS knows. They basically need like a swing. They need two candidates from swing states. They need them to be from 2 of 3 places: the Southwest swing, Midwest swing, or a Southern swing state. If you put 2 of those candidates together, there's real danger to Republicans. The reason for that is because you get your base coming out to vote for them. They're like, yeah, we got all these votes. Those swing candidates, those single issue candidates, are the only danger to Republicans. So you want to get someone that's well liked. They polled. I want you to know this. This is how fucked up shit is right now. Yesterday, we don't ever see this. Ever see this. Ever. Yesterday, someone came in and planted a post on the Detroit subreddit asking if our feelings about Governor Whitmer. And it had, I think, 2,000 or 3,000 comments. That's not normal for our subreddit, for our local subreddit. That means that whole post and everything in it was crafted. The whole post is AstroTurfed. If you want to go see it, go to the subreddit of Detroit, and it was literally, you can actually see them going in there to find out, to gauge Whitmer's runability or VP candidacy possibility. Yesterday, 2,000 votes or 2,000 comments in one day, I think it was. Completely abnormal, not the norm for our subreddit. So they were testing subreddits yesterday. Oh, there goes the squeeze, baby. Ooh, yeah. I'm gonna close me out some spreads here. Trading 554.85. Ladies, gentlemen, these days and them. If you were in the Discord on Friday, you took a call spread. Please buckle your seatbelts, extinguish your cigarettes or your marijuana or your tea or coffee that you drink at home, or water, whatever it is, case may be. We are almost near taking those winnings from the top. We're not quite there yet. We don't want to count our eggs before they hatch, but if we do make that trip up there, please place a sell order on your call spreads so that you can enjoy and bathe and bask in the glories of your trade. Yeah, Nate Silver says he's turned off his polling model for the time being, saying there's no point in trying to know anything for about 7 days. I agree with that statement. The betting site said the same thing, Talking Monkey. They came out last week and they're like on Thursday, like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, the owners of betting sites were like, someone knows that Biden is going to step down this weekend. He's like, there was like a live stream and he's like, we're already watching the shift from money and whether Trump and Biden will win shift over into the replacement. They knew early last week that it was like a done deal just from the betting. And they said it would take a week too. They would say it would take a week to find out what the actual numbers are. New high on the day here, trading 555.87 on SPY by a tick. Grinding it higher. Pain trade here for sellers. And don't know if we actually get up to 556, but we are squeezing our way up there. We're ranging it out, aren't we? Just like doing the spread out here. Establish what's top, what's bottom. Watch out for the gap sweeps down below. Start to range this bad boy out. 2:12 in the afternoon. You were surprised they didn't resign to make Harris president now. I was wondering the same thing, Winky, because like they're like swinging the money towards her now, and then I'm going to assume that she's going to be included in more decision making to some extent, right? She's going to start to be prepped and included in transitional type decision making. Yeah, that was a big one too, because Obama is very tactful in his public image, right? Joe doesn't want to quit is the best he can negotiate. I think it has a lot to do with super PACs. If you figure if I've been paying Biden for 20, 30, 40 years, or Trump or whoever, doesn't matter. Like right now you got Elon pumping $50 million a month, committing, is it 50 million, I think, a month, committing to the RNC super PAC. They want results, right? Like it or not. So they want some, hey, if you're going to drop out, then who's the next body that's going to run your steed? They're going to pick up what you've agreed to me to do for me. Like this horse trading going on in the background. You could see it from Elon's anger yesterday. The number of tweets that he's making, right? All these donors are like, I want this and I want that and I want this and I want that. So they got to run Kamala or whomever those super PACs are that are shifting their money. They'd rather lose, which is kind of crazy. Wall of worry. Do we climb the wall of worry, baby? Oh, man. Oh, man. We still have the murder bot to deal with, but tell you what. That dragon's head is, shaping up over. You see that nice little dragon over here? Little tail back there. Got a leg, got another leg. Got the neck. Bam, bam. And be careful if I was short hair. If you're just short hair, be careful. Sweet Jesus, what did I say? End of day by Monday? 5:56? I thought we'd get a sweep lower in cash market. They didn't do it. I was for sure. I was like, they're going to, like on Friday, I was like, it was on Friday we're in the lows. I was like, this is my thought process on Friday. I'm like, yeah, we should fucking rip some faces off here up to 5:56. And then I'm like, what if they fucking sweep the low on Monday morning? When they do that shit to me, it fucking drives me batty. Like, I got directionally, I got it right. And they come back, sweep my leg out. Fuck you, take your stops. Or just burn down the chain, and then they go up and print 556. So I'm like, I'll put a fucking call spread on in case they try to fuck with me on Monday at 9:30. They did a little bit of that today, but not to the extent, right? We only got as low as 551. So it wasn't that bad this morning. It could have been a hell of a lot worse. They could still do it here. We still are technically below the gamma flip. Crowd trying to make it turn itself around right now. Crowd building a base to go up. Trading 267 with a base. They've got two targets to the upside, 282.72 and 297. There is some danger here where this yellow bar is right here. These sellers trying to step back in and have some continuation to the downside. But it does look like a relief rally of something's in store here for crowd. Sweep the leg, I know, right? that was my only case yesterday. I was like, maybe we get a new low on Monday morning for like 5 minutes or something. They doom us down to like fucking 543 or Yeah, 543, and then they allow us to go up to 556. Looks like they're not gonna do it though. Like we just go up there and print it today. I'd be stoked if we printed it in the close today. Climb the wall, worry, baby. Give me my 56 today on Monday. We'll make one more stab to the upside. PT3, baby. 558.91. Price target thereafter after a pullback. We'll talk about 5,700. There ain't shit between there and 5,700. There ain't nothing. It's like an air gap straight up. Like 3-4 straight days of just fucking vertical. If I had the choice, we would have swept the leg at fucking 543 and then just went straight to all-time highs. But fuck it. This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. And we don't even have the trade set up yet for August 28th yet either. I haven't taken that trade yet either, so hoping for one more pullback for that trade on the 1st of August. Come on, baby. Squeeze them out. They're already panicking. Just take them out. Just like take out 556. Be done with it. Just do quick, straight up. Then we'll pull it right back down. You know you want to do it. This is the big high right here too. Like this one right here. That's 554.94. See if we can do this here today. Where do they? Oh, you know what else they could do to us today would be we get the green bar up here, catch the actual new high that you want, then immediately straight the fuck down, like right there. That is where we start to squeeze, like right above there. Yeah, let's get up there. Fuck with them up there. Get your stick and just stick it up there and feel around a little bit. Probe, insert probe now. There you go. Probe. Send a probe up there. We don't need no lube. Just probe it a little bit. Stick it up in there. We don't need no lube. Just get on up there and touch it. Trust me, they're going to jump when you do it. So a little probe and go action going on up there. We're going to see if it hurts right about here. I wish I had like a mechanical probe in the office. So it'd just be like, it'd have like 10 arms, like a little like finger grabber on it, and it would just like slowly unfold. Like make its way down behind my chair. It's right. For the no clenching, right? The unclench. All right, it's 2:22 in the afternoon. I'm going to give some projections here for SPY for tomorrow. Some preliminary expectations. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Look at SPY up there just beasting it out. I'm looking at SPY on a daily chart right now. It looks fucking beautiful. So goddamn gorgeous. Look at it just basing out over here. Just looking for like a nice range to be had here. It looks fucking beautiful. It really does. Look at that gorgeous range bound trading. Got a high back here. Oh yeah, look at that. Already got a nice little range. Fucking bears want 525, 530. Fucking show only goes up. You know it already, right? The show goes up and to the right. Up and to the right. I mean, just look at this. Look how gorgeous this is. So fucking sexy. So fucking hot and sexy. Oh yeah. What's happening? What are you doing? What? Don't be squeezing them too hard. Oh, paint. Oh. Let's see what happens here. Oh. All right, Mr. Bob. It's break time. You came to see me at the doctor's office this morning. We're going to probe you out and see how you're feeling. Let's let you out of the basement for 15 minutes. Come on over to the doctor's chair. Spread them. Trading 555.07 right now. Hopefully your seatbelts are buckled okay here. All nice and buckled above. Trying to squeeze us up and to the right to 556 and change, 556 and a half. Trading 555.0 just now. You guys always know the fives and the zeros. They like to sell us. Be careful of a big roll down here. They might get violent with you. Put your seatbelts on. Have some stops on. See if we climb the wall of worry into the close today or not. Or if they auto-reject us on 555.0. SPX now above the gamma flip. SPX getting pretty bullish here. They just broke through the prior high as well here. SPX just broke through the prior high going back on Thursday the 18th at 1:30 in the afternoon. We're above that prior sell high. There's a giant fucking gap that needs closed on SPX. Huge return to the scene of the crime. SPX leading the way for SPY to the upside. We are now technically out of negative gamma. Still like to see some nice back checks of that, hammer that positive gamma out. Return to the scene of the crime trade is building right now. Just so you know. Bears don't want to see this for sure. 1 minute trigger is about to cross through the gamma flip right now, too. Yeah, there's pain right now. Panic. Haven't caused panic yet. But I'd start to panic. If I was short, I'd start to panic. I wouldn't be long here. Or short here, sorry. I'd be stepping out of the way and trying to short from higher. Be trying to short 556.90 and 558.91. But you know, I understand it. This is your spot right here. gamma flip is right here, I guess, right there. Does that look right? Let's see if we can tag it exactly. Is that the gamma flip? I think that's the gamma flip. Roughly right here. All right, that's the gamma flip right there. We got it. We got it exact. What are you guys doing in the Discord? Yeah, if I was a bear, I wouldn't be short here. No way. Too dangerous. I'd be short here. If you could break this down and get underneath, I'd be willing to take that short right there. But not any. That wouldn't be short here specifically. The high probability of getting your ass blown out here. IWM now crushing it. Destroyer of worlds right now if you're short. IWM in beast mode. Target above of 220. 219.66. 219.66 possibly. You might trade. You might fail the 220. Here, let me right there. Like 219.66, then 220.14. Somewhere in there is like a IWM first target, and then a pullback to trade 221.20 pullback. You'll then fight for 222.50 and higher.
NYMEX diesel August futures settle at $2.43 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline August futures settle at $2.47 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas August futures settle at $2.25. And NYMEX WTI crude August futures settle at $79.78 a barrel. That's down 35 cents or 0.44%.
Just one more dollar, baby. Give me one more dollar. Just one more dollar. I just need one more dollar. AMC halted permanently. Woo! We entered the Hall of Fame, baby.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Here's your PT2 up there. Want to see it? SPY is so fucking beautiful. Such a. I love Qs too. I just like them both. I like them all. What are we trading up there? Is Gamma? Oh, okay. Let me triggers. Crowd, dude, can't put it together. Come on, crowd. What are you doing? Join the party, crowd. Okay. 1 hour, 4 hour. Okay, let's look at that one there. 4 hour. Uh, 1 hour. Just a note here, the half an hour trigger on SPY. If you're short, listen closely. The half an hour trigger is about to cross the hourly trigger on SPY to the upside. So watch out for a squeeze here imminently to the upside here. Just be very careful if you are short the market. The half an hour trigger is crossing. Whenever the half an hour trigger does cross from under to up, we can get an explosive move to the upside. And I mean explosive, like 550, 556.81, 557.822, something like that. Like even up here, this whole area, this whole zone is available to the bulls. Could be really fast move to the upside. If you are in call spreads, there may be an opportunity to trade up here. Then lose this briefly, come back down, and then we go up there and trade the 560 trade to the upside. One, two. One, two, three. You'd want to hold that higher, though. That's one thrust right there. So I just posted a preliminary for you in the Discord expectations. There is something you need to see about this, though. It is going to be very important if we get the ATH or not. There's like time is not on a bull's side in this trade. So the trade that I just showed you there, time is not on a bull's side. If you see the bulls at any point fail to make a new high on these resistance points right up to the all-time high, it's still bearish. So you want to see stuff like this action right here happening. Squeezing higher right now, trading 555.22, 555.23. You know my deal about once we get up here, take the money and run. Look for another dip to buy. So you'll be sitting on your hands after this trade is complete. We're close to it being complete. I fucking love SPX too, Jimmy Berry. I fucking love the S&P 500. Fucking resilient ass goddamn index. It's a beautiful all around. It's like the working man's index. It's none of that highfalutin, high flying shit that the Discord does. They're always they like the speed, power, and they like the fast engines of NQ. Just so you guys can see in there, and like there's a you have to there's a couple rules to this. If you're a bull, right? If you're a bull and you're trying to recover the daily trigger, you want to see bam, new high, bam, new high, bam, new high. Even if you get a pullback, it's like you only have that day to get above the prior ATH. And then we come back down to the hourly trigger, and then we're off and running again to the upside. Now, if you're asking me if I think that happens, if you're in the Discord specifically, do I think that we go to all-time, we actually tick off all-time highs? It's possible. I still think we're range-bound, though. I think what we do is we range-bound this stuff. You should be looking for the next. We should have a deeper low after we do this, but you want to be buying that, and then look for a new high, and then we resolve to the downside at some point in September 1 to August 30th or 31st. But I'm not opposed to us making highs along the way. Trading 550, 570 on SPY, I think's easy. No big deal. Just range trading. I got AMC here. What are they doing here? Did they drop it again? Where's price on it? What the fuck is the price of AMC right now? Way up here. Holy shit, it squoze. Woo! AMC price target to the upside, $5.74. Trading 5.62 or 5.63 right now. You definitely want to take some money off as you approach this weekly trigger at 574 and 585. Congratulations if you went long on AMC. Squeezing right now, trading 566, 565, 568, 569. Whew, squeezing high right now. Do you get the high or not? No guarantee yet. They're trying to catch the new high right now. Two targets to the upside, 5.74, 5.85. If you wanted to go higher on AMC than that, if you think this is the big one, your MOAS moment, yeah, it's possible. It's possible. You got to get above that weekly trigger, though, and hold it. Got to get above that weekly trigger and hold it. You got a lot of work to do. They're selling to the pin strike almost 575 right now. Spoo's grinding the wall of worry right now. Just climbing the wall of worry. Watch out for a murder bot. Watch out for the Robin Hooders. Well, it looks like the Robinhood is already out. I think they might already be out. Russell Brand, baby, trending. Come on, just keep grinding them out. What else do we got here? Let's see if I can see anything else here. Oh, they're all getting hot and bothered about Shim, huh? What else can I send your way? Okay, here we go. Ready? Goldman Sachs update on positioning and key levels. Get your pens and papers out here. Here, should I just, I'll just post this for you here, okay? This would be, make sure you're reading this one that I post here inside the Discord. I'm not going to read it on the stream right here, but I want you to read it. This is about CTA positioning. This is about corporate blackout windows, too. Note those key pivot levels. You can snap lines on your own chart there. At home, your key pivot levels for SPX. Backing up the bus, baby. DIA starting to recover here, trying to blast off. Watch out for a rotation to DIA to the upside, like you saw in IWM earlier. IWM is about to come into some traffic here, just a little bit of traffic on the upside here. These two yellow bars. But just note that DIA might get a rotation into it. Might see some pounding away at DIA. Dow Jones looking for a breakout. Choo-choo, baby. Print it out. Grind them out. Climb the wall of worry. I've got some other stuff here for you guys. I'm going to post I got something else for you guys here. I want to post this in the pro channel. So you got some I post this in the pro channel here. Some counter data. Goldman thinks that that this is too cheap. Well, we're in that season though. You already know this because we're in that season, right? Do you want to post some counter stuff for you in the Pro Trader channel? If you look at VIX 9-day, whatever this is VIX 9-day right here. So if you have the check back here, bottom right hand side. If you're a pro trader, right, and you're watching the show right now, this is VIX 9-day. The correlation they're trying to show you is, something like, get underneath this, halfback trade down here. This crosses up, and then we moon VIX. Let me see if I can draw this out for you. Yeah, I don't know what that economic shock is, but my assumption here is that every time, if we do range expansion, that's my assumption is here we're going to see the expansion of volatility.
$40 a barrel. That's down 20.
Like trade a new all-time high, then bloodbath it all the way down, then trade an all-time high, then bloodbath it all the way down. Just zig and zag. Swing traders delight. I'm going to open this up here.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Use Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Come on, baby. Just give me the last. SPY just keeps grinding higher and higher. Sour hour or power hour. Sour hour or power hour. Oh, I don't know. Maybe a little bit of murder bot down to the gamma flip and then up. Maybe a little bit of something like that. Maybe a little bit of murder bot. Here's the half an hour right here. Right there. Half an hour. I'll give you a little bit of murder bot in there if you want it. Yeah. Sour and power. Yeah. Take all your stops down here. Right? Take all your stops down here. Then straight up. They're already doing it. Look at that. Press price down. Fake you out. Murder the tree. And get you the price. I like spreads right now. I'm all about, like, if we're gonna be range bound, right? If we're gonna be range bound. So here, I'm gonna delete everything from this chart down here. If we're gonna play I'll give you guys this. How about this? So no. I mean, you figure, like, if we're going to have range expansion, this is like the dream of swing traders. They love the definition. Swing traders love this stuff because they know where bottoms are, right? And they know where tops are. Now, even if we range expand, I don't know, something like this, let's say. Let's say, I don't know. You can pick it. You can say that the original push was here, then the next original push was down here. But you could say something like that there. Just as a base case. What I like about this, though, is there's, like, traps everywhere, right? Like, take your money in between, even if we trade up. There's, like, zones that you can trade. It's fairly easy, right? Trade a zone, they trade a zone. Another zone in here. It's like a bunch of people love this shit because they know that they know if they beat a prior price heading up or lower, that they can take this, like, here, right? They can take this here, right? There's, like, breakouts, failures, breakdowns. traders hate this over here. Like this thing right here, right? Just keep buying the dip, bro. Just keep buying the dips. Keep buying the dip, bro. Just keep buying the dip, bro. They like this kind of stuff. They thrive in it. They're like, oh yeah, we're gonna sell down, sweep the leg, right? Then we're going up anyways. Did it matter? We didn't actually go down, did it? So we're just going up now. Yahoo, we did it. You know, we're trading above this high right here, so we get a nice little pullback now that we tagged that one, right? And then we get the next leg up right there. We get that next leg up right there, right? As long as that holds, that kind of stuff. Well, it's all kind of defined right now, right? Best way to trade this right here? What I think is always spreads. If we're in some kind of range boundness in here, whether you want to call it there, whether you want to call it right there, whatever you want to call it, I don't care. All right, whatever this traditional range bound shit is, the cool part about it is that unless there's a breakout, you're just looking for anything up here to short, anything down here to buy, right? Even if they roll it back down to go higher, you're just buying all this shit, selling all this shit up here. Will one of them work out to a downside move? Probably. But you got this nice 5,700 up here, right? So you're just, here's one, there's two, there's three, right? Fairly easy. You see that the daily trigger is saving. I guarantee you people were saying, crap, market crash. Don't know about the daily trigger. It's holding right now. Weekly trigger's coming higher. Shocker, it'll be up here soon, 540, 542. And they're already blooding. Look at them right here. They're already blooding. They're already taking the shot right here, the 5-minute trigger. Like it was nobody's business, right? Are the buyers still here or not? So be patient. That's the only thing I can say here is be patient. You have the cross of the half an hour and hourly trigger. You might want to try to come back here and test that to the downside. So be careful of a quick dip and rip, right? You might even go lower, right? Straight down there for the cross and straight back up. So you can see it down there. The cross still hasn't happened yet. Price loves to go back and check major crosses.
Enough delegates to secure
Make sure they're real.
by the end of the day on Wednesday.
I'll leave that one down there for you just in case it gets a panic sell. That's 552.5. But if you don't know how to trade ranges, my point here is this. If you don't know how to trade a range or range-bound trading, it's fairly easy to trade. You just, whenever you get down to those bottoms down there, you look for a bottom to buy, come to the top, take your money and run. The only thing that I would say to you would be, is when you're trading this stuff, be careful of getting rolled or squeezed out. So, like right now, when we're having this pullback right now, you don't want to see weakness this early. Okay? You don't want to see stuff like price action like this. So earlier when I was saying to you, you want to see like aggressive buying. You want to see new high, new high, new high, right? Like powerful buying heading all the way up. You don't want to see like, oh yeah, you know what? You know what we're gonna do here? Well, here, let me show you the main screen here. What you don't want to see here is, oh, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna give up the close today. We're gonna trade down here today. We're gonna trade down to the daily trigger today. You don't want to see any of that type of price action. You can have like a quick rip down and then straight back up into the close, but that's it. At best, that's what you want to see. So you're looking for price action specifically today. into this close that they're buying, and that they're strong buying to trade that upside trade and that wedge that I showed you a moment ago. If at any point buyers are not strong, that would be defending the 5-minute trigger. Worst case scenario, a quick trip to the cross of the half an hour and hourly trigger. But the way is higher is the point. Anytime you see that weakness this early on a bottom, it's not a good sign. Like earlier this morning, would have been fine. But right now, where we are, you don't want to see it. You don't want to see the failure by buyers here. Yeah, you want to see climb the wall of worry right now, like into this close. Hold this yellow band right here. Plus, I'm long. I'm long for it, so. But just watch that. Pay attention to that as the market moves forward. And you want to just be buying those dips and then selling those tops. And then looking for the behavior of the market. Do we have strong squeezing going all the way up there? Are we now rolling back down? Or are we breaking out and up and out of the expansion? Oh, cool! You guys have a poll. Power hour. You only gave 2 choices: Power Hour and Fuck You Bears. You guys are terrible. I don't know if I should post this if I can post this in a. I grabbed something from somebody yesterday. It was kind of funny, but it was kind of racy. I didn't know if I should post it. I know people get sensitive these days. You'd have to play it really straight-faced. So be paying attention to this price action here. You want to be like paying attention very closely, making sure the buyers maintain control, that they're still there. Oh my God, I survived the July OPEC stock market crash. Oh, that's so terrible. Yep. That down over there. Hold your pants up there, bulls. Do we climb the wall of worry into the close today or not is the big question. Market behavior is bullish right now. We're getting new sets of lows, getting new sets of highs. Thesis is still up here. I don't see any risk off yet. We would need to see some pretty major failure today, tomorrow, down into that daily trigger. If you see us trade that daily trigger like tomorrow or something like that, I would be concerned. We're not seeing that, though, right now. Come on, bulls. Geez, it's primed for 570 right now, too. 5,700. We're like straight primed to trade 5,700. We are. On like a higher time frame, like a 4-hour time frame, we are fucking primed to trade 5,700. Are any of you long for 5,700 or no? Any of you guys have exposure 5,700? Is anybody here exposed for 5,700 or no? We're talking to myself. Guys are like, there's no fucking ways to trading that. I wonder what 5,700s are going for right now for Friday. PCE. No, what do we have this Friday? I forget. We got jobs, don't we? Yeah, we got GDP on Thursday. We got PC on Friday. Okay, I got that right. We got GDP, initial claims. If we got a cool unemployment claim, or if we're unemployment read, woof, this market's gonna fucking moon. Yeah, PCE. We have some reasons to trade it in Friday. We got some triggers to trade fucking 5,700. If we traded 5,700 in a Friday, that wasn't on my bingo card for this Friday. Was that on your bingo card for this Thursday, Friday? Let me ask you that. I'm still in my trade from Friday. And I posted expectations today, so if you're looking for a dip to buy, oopsie, sorry about that. Crowd unable to get a leg. Unable to have any kind of a squeeze trade here. If you're looking for a dip to buy, it's right here. You want to be a dip buyer? This is where they are. Well, maybe I should write dip buyers and dip chasers. Dip buyers, dip chasers. They're right there. They're right here. I don't think they're going to let you in, though. I think they're going to have you chasing this whole move up. You might catch a pullback up here at PT2. I've got 556s from the lows yesterday. Or Friday, excuse me. I just want that trade, then I'll look for a pullback to trade 558 PT3 up here. We were scraping the barrel on Friday. Trying to catch that low. Oh, you will? Oh, yeah. Yeah, 5 points below it sounds more rational, doesn't it? Or like 56.75, somewhere in there. Maybe 25 points on SPX. 6 cents for 570C. 556. I think that's an easy ask. Not guaranteed. The one problem with that trade would be it'd probably have to be in spreads because of this bullshit up here. Like, even if you trade it, they'll pull it back, then they'll murder that chain. And then even if you trade into 570 on Friday, it's going to be worth 0 pennies, right? Like, you can kind of ride it to here, directionally only. Like, there's no intrinsic value to the option, so the option's going to, fly up, come back down, slam down, fly back up, come back down to 0 by Friday. And I don't know that you'd print it. Like, you'd actually probably print like 559. Excuse me, not 559, 569 or something. I don't know if we can print it this Friday. I'm thinking about time here, too. I always like more time. Like, more time, more spread. They dick around with us over here, any of that kind of stuff. Like, what is a 5? What's a 5 like 65, 569 call spread for like next week? Next Friday or something. You got 570s for this Friday too? Sometimes I get a little antsy with up and downside moves. Like I want it to happen before it's ready to happen. Yeah, I don't think you can do 570s for Friday unless you're trading them directionally at this point. I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a rally today. Or is this just liquidity OTA for a down week? Being so bullish on a Monday. SPX just pounding out the gamma flip right now. See if they can hold this gamma flip. It's breaking below at the moment. Just be conscious of that. We are breaking below the flip. We broke through earlier. We're trying again. Using the flip as a place to sell. Sellers trying to complete a bear plane here into the close. 1 minute trigger rolling down a little bit. We're going to pay close attention to these buyers and see if they're weak or not. So this bar right here, you want to see a breakout here. You don't want to see weakness in this bar. Start selling you straight down here. Catch a new low. Boom, trap you in, roll it right down on you. So be paying very close attention to what these bars look like. See if they're weak or not. You have August 2nd calls. I was hoping for a new low to buy for late August on the 1st. Maybe my dip buy was down there yesterday. I didn't go with big size, so I didn't go crazy or anything. I didn't put like fucking 30 or 50,000 down. That's what I want to do for the August 28th print. Not seeing too much here. There it is, baby. Hold that flip now. Come on, just print the close. Print the fucking close. I've been here all day. Cutting on my hours here, man. Jesus. Kamala Harris is going to run. She better be out there stumping all over the country. It ain't a closed deal. It's not a done deal for her. She needs to be out there like stumping. There ain't nobody voting for her unless she gets out there. She needs like a whirlwind, get her on a jet somewhere and just fly her all over the country. Like you have to be able to stump, right? You have to. Or I got then this like we only have so many days left. You better bring your political stump speech game out there and get out there and stir it up. Quotable quotes. Come on, climb the wall of worry. We'll stir the shit pot. I'm pretty bored today. I'm like, so this morning I woke up, right, and I'm like, well, that's not enough up. And then, so my first thought was this. So someone said, how bored are you today inside the Discord? So my thought this morning was, well, I'm coming in here this morning, right? They're either going to come back and retest the Friday fucking lows. And I got to watch the drama play out from today, like Manipulation Monday, right? They don't want you knowing where they're going. So then, like, turnaround Tuesday, if they drag me into turnaround Tuesday to catch a print, and I'm already thinking that. It's like first thing I'm thinking this morning. It's like, oh, God, watch them reverse us to the downside, make me wait for this trade to play out. So that's the first thing I'm thinking this morning. Then, of course, my daughter is here alone. So I'm like, oh, I'll spend some time with you before I go on the show. And now we're still sitting here on Monday, right? And we haven't had 556 yet. So now I'm like, oh, fuck, are they going to drag this out to Tuesday? And I want to get out of this trade, too, because I do have some exposure here. And I just want, like, you know, these trades, like, they get you close. And they're like, here, take 30. This is why I try to take, normally I try to take spreads at between 30 and 50%. And when I enter them, 30, 50%, because normally I have to wait on the time part of the trade to play itself out, which, you know, if they like print this on Friday or some bullshit, like right into 4 o'clock close, I'm like tied in, I'm missing other trades. This is why the one reason I don't like spreads is like try to take at a 30, 50% win, you try to take the money off if you're not green barring it straight up or red barring it straight down. Or they tend to print you at the end of your trade, which is even more of a bore. I'm just like locked in right now. Just like get it done today. There's only so much week ahead for us. Then the other side of this whole entire trade is if it goes against me, right? So if it starts to go against me, what am I looking for here to cut my losses? They start bleeding us into the bell here in the gamma flip. You know, they start slamming us down to the hourly trigger. Then they start bringing us down to the daily trigger, any of that kind of stuff. And we pissed. I should have just taken the 30%. So there's all kinds of things going through my head right now. I'm saying that I'm bored, but there's also like fears, insecurities, doubts. Climb the wall of worry. Just get it up there. Please get it done. Killing me. I don't want the gap being filled below before you doing your thing to the upside, please, sir. Come on, Mr. Bot, Mr. Algorithm, Mr. Computer Program. Do be wary here if you are a bull. If they do close this this bull plane in here, or this bear plane in here, we will go down and check what has just crossed. We have the half an hour trigger crossing the or beginning to cross the daily trigger here into the 4 p.m. hour. Let's just be conscious of that. Also note here that dealers will be neutral into this close. They're not really forced to do any buying or selling into this close today. We could have a flat overnight. There's no need for them to do anything. They're gamma neutral here. Unless we start selling before we get into this close here. That would be buying futures. She's got a stump speech already? I didn't know that. She has to. She has to be able to get out there and meet America. Whoever, if you're going to run against her too, like you needed to like test your base like Sunday and start stump speeching because nobody knows who you are. No matter who you say, even Whitmer. Like, not everybody knows who Whitmer is. Not everybody knows who Kelly is. They know of him maybe, or maybe know of her. Everybody knows who Kamala Harris is, but they still would want a stump speech. They want to know what's up. They're not just going to blindly vote. The Dems will, but not the swing single issue voters. They'd still want to hear you speak. What information they have of you is not positive. You were passed over by the Democratic Party. That's real. You gotta overcome that. Another way you overcome that is you make an agreement with the American people when you run. So you gotta get out there and stump speech that shit. DIA again trying to make a breakout here. HYG trying to squeeze higher. Tesla trying to break out right now. There was Og. I was like, I don't know if his name is OG or Og, but I like Og better because I like his avatar, like Og or Og. I like that name, that pronunciation. He brought out earlier inside the Discord about Tesla moving higher, and it has been trading higher since this morning's call out, trading 452 right now. Thanks, Og. Climb the wall of Rory, please. Don't dump us to the downside. No more flushing here, please. We might get flushed here. Hope we don't. Yeah, if we don't get flushed now, if we go up, we're going to get flushed down there by tomorrow. So we're either flushing there today or tomorrow. $331 next chance here. We got one more half an hour bar here. No new low on that 30-minute. That's good to see. No new low there for the Bulls. Just climb the fucking wall of worry. Just go up there and do it. What is this? Harris campaign aims to have enough delegates to secure a nomination by the end of the day on Wednesday, sources say. Like, it's fucking... You're not even going to let anyone throw their hat in the ring? What are they doing? This has got to be millions of dollars at stake here. There's some real backroom dealing going on. Michael Bloomberg says that he doesn't endorse Kamala Harris. Calls decision too important to rush. I don't think they have to rush it, but they definitely, if any other candidates are going to come in, they need to do that shit like right now. All the sharks are out swimming right now. They're calling for a flush. They're all swimming underneath right now. The sharks are all down here right now. They're all hunting down here. They're like, send it back down for us to buy again. Like, fail the wall of worry and send it back down so I can buy it again. In the comfort and safety of buying a dip. Can't blame them. I promise. Just send it down so I can buy the dip. I promise I'll hold on to it to the top. Fucking savage bulls. Yeah, she does have the war chest. He handed it over to her 2 days ago, and then they like hit all kinds of records yesterday, right? With Democratic donors. I'm not going to mention about my own donation history. It's all donor money for both of them. It's all donor money. The super PAC shit that we have in this country, until we get rid of the super. Someone was making a good point the other day. They were saying, a friend of the show was saying the other day to me, was saying, what you do is you just make it each real human being that's breathing human being, you give them like a max donation they can make. Let's say it's $5,000 per person. Breathing human American. $5,000, and then you decide what you give it to. You can either give it direct to a candidate or you give it to a PAC. So you're not outright banning PACs. So if you have like a special interest that you need, like, hey, I've got butt cancer. I want money to go towards a PAC for butt cancer, right? And I also like, I don't know, I like the Spaghetti Monster for president. So I'm going to put $3,000 to the Spaghetti Monster, and I'm going to put $2,000 to butthole cancer. Right? And then your PAC is, the cool part about your PAC is they focus on issues, not so much a presidential candidate. They might focus on presidential candidates, like, hey, I want to put it to the DNC, and not necessarily a specific DNC nominee. But there's a little bit better, like, organization of PACs, right? Like right now, that's not what we do, right? If you're rich, if you're like oligarchy rich, you can buy an election in our country, basically, or buy that kind of influence in our country. If I can donate $50 million to Trump through a PAC, super PAC, every month, that's something wrong with that, isn't there? And it does not just Trump either. It's Trump, it's Kamala Harris, Biden, doesn't matter. Us as Americans, we lose. You know that, right? We lose as Americans when that's going on. And the cool part is, too, is that you have a tendency to go more towards issues with these PACs. That would change the landscape of our presidential or all of our elections, wouldn't it? $5,000 each breathing person. You can donate it however you like. I don't know if they'd let that happen, though, would they? Do you think they would allow that to happen? Let me ask all of you. Doesn't matter what your political affiliation is. Do you think they would ever, the people in power would ever allow that to happen? Willingly. Yeah, that's what you have in Europe, right? It's capped. Yeah, you just cap it like $5,000. I mean, I realize we're in inflation, so $5,000-10,000 somewhere in there. You write rules so that corporations are not they're not able to do that. Write some new rules. I don't think they would allow that in the U.S., but that would do away with a ton of bullshit. Tons. It might give parties more power, though, too. Could give a lot of power to, trying to think of the negatives of this, like what would be negative of it. It might give more power to DNC, RNC. It could possibly. Because you'd be concentrating your, rather than wasting your money on a PAC, you'd be like, oh, yeah, I just want the Democrats to win, or I just want the Republicans to win, or whatever. Or do you have to do more ranked? Do you do the reform with super PACs hand in hand with ranked choice voting? Maybe you'd need both in that reform. Yeah, the multi-party system. And we have, I think there's like 250 registered parties in the U.S. You just don't ever see them. And not that you should really in our current form of government in the U.S. Some people are like, well, we should see those people. We need to take away the power brokering money. The money power brokering, right? To some extent needs out. I'm going to become a millionaire in the Senate, in the House, whatever. I'm going to become rich doing this. We need to remove that incentive, pay them really well, and have, the same person I was speaking to, we were discussing Jerome Powell, and he's a bureaucrat. That's what he is, a bureaucrat. And what we have is politicians that run for office, and it's glaring how glaring it's becoming. They're only politicians. They're not bureaucrats in any way, shape, or form. And you kind of want like both sides of that. You want a return to, hey, this guy's not that you like Jerome Powell, but we need somebody that knows what they're talking about and can run. You need like that quasi leader or quasi, I don't know. I used to be an astronaut, but I don't know. I'm good at planning. I'm an engineer, or I'm a this. I come from a background in accounting, or I come from a background. Right now, we're in this like really fucking bizarre like idiocracy shit. I don't want to say that we're there in that, but we are. Where it's all bizarro. It's like the fucking clown show, across the fucking board. I'm embarrassed that we have an election going on like this. I really am. As an American, I'm embarrassed that we're here. And I don't want to see us continue down this road. On either side, Republican, Democrat, don't care. I don't want to see this progression. And we're going there right now. It's like a straight mockery of I know that some politics are not like that. I know if like listen to the House of Lords and shit, it gets kind of raucous and crazy and stuff. Just American politics, I've never seen quite the planification of it, I guess. Whether not seriousness of it, or the there's part of it that I've never seen before. Maybe it was like that another time that I just not aware of. I'd have to read books on has the American political process ever been really almost clownish? Or is that just the future? That's the scary part, right? We're going to turn it into come on, just climb the fucking wall of worry, get up there. That this is acceptable, right? The behavior all the way across the board is acceptable. We're fine. You guys want to run a candidate that can't fucking put two sentences together? Fine. You want to run a felon? Fine. You want to run like I guess it doesn't really matter. Like nothing really matters anymore. Spin, 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 spin. Outrageousness from our front runners. Contributions to goals. I've heard that argument too. The same guy that told me about that said he made the argument. He said you could tie, just like the whatever his name, if you hit a certain GDP, you hit a certain debt ratio, you give them bonuses and stuff like that, or they can run again they can run once again in their next cycle. But then they change the rules as to what that is. They're always changing the rules. They don't care what the rules are. They just want to know what they are, so they can manipulate them to their own. So if you're like, oh, you got to have a GDP of this, or you have to have a debt of this, they change the rules of what debt is acceptable. Yeah, puff, pass. With you in that. Hell yeah, CJJ party. AMC sold almost to a pinstrike off of 574. I'm going to read a closing thing for you here into the close. 3:44 in the afternoon. U.S. tech outperforms. Trump trade underperforms. Revision of the revision with tech outperforming led by semis, the AI trade, and mega caps. The Trump trade is underperforming while renewable energy is in the green. Momo is acting better across sectors, and cyclicals are outperforming defensives. KWEB up 3% is sustaining gains following the rate cut out of China. Action is suggesting investors are adding to risk again, and high-touch flows are supporting that thesis. Volumes are in line with the 20-day average and slightly above Friday, but it seems quieter on the single stock side. No evidence of systematic supply, and retail turned buyer on Friday. ETF volumes remained elevated. I think active investors taking off hedges that were put on last week. The next 2 weeks will be super busy on the earnings front, so if things settle down on the macro technical front, then one should expect single stock dispersion to finally pick up. UBS's high touch desk turned better to start the week with both hedge funds and long only flows skewed towards the buy side. Hedge funds are relatively quiet. Sector flows have also shifted with tech. Much better to buy while the team is selling consumer discretionary and banks. So some bullishness here into the bell for you guys out there if you're a bull. Buying this dip for the reports that we have this week and next week. Coming out of UBS. I got a bunch of fucking tickers I want to show to you guys. I probably got 20 tickers I want to post in the Pro Trader. If I can get the time. I need 48-hour days. I need 10 days in a week. Come on, climb the wall of worry. Just get up there. IWM just ripped faces off, trading 220.50. Have two more targets to the upside. Have 220.101 and then 222.24. IWM going ham right now, breaking up and above volatility. Going to the 4-hour bars right now. DIA being rejected off the hourly trigger. What else we got here? IWM, DIA, VIX 9-day getting rolled down briefly. Are they going to try to fucking roll us into this bell? Just give me a print so I can go short after the bell. Q's looking good. I'd like to see DIA get above. I don't want to see DIA lagging here. Dragging ass right now. $12 minutes left. Some confirmation that retailers bought Friday.
One minute till we get the market on close imbalance.
Dip buyers looking for a dip buy down below at 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 552.60. 5 Long Friday crowd looking for a print on the upside. Sat here all day long. I'm like, oh, fuck, here we go. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, still no print to the upside on 556.
Market on close imbalance. The S&P 500 1.8 billion to the sell side. The Nasdaq 100 1.2 billion to the sell side. The Dow 30 630 million to the sell side, and the Magnificent 7 320 million to the sell side.
Mag 7's got some sellers in it. Boy, they're really pushing Harris, aren't they? They got the full court press. It's so creepy. It's so bizarre. Not Kamala Harris per se, just like Reddit. Like Reddit, you can see how overrun it is with astroturfing. Oof. It is straight fucking bizarre. It is so fucking bizarre. Like straight talking points, everything. From the bots to the regurgitation, it's bizarre. 554.95. Yeah, it's like Friday, Saturday, right? Like they craft like what the top comments are going to be. They downvote to hell anything that's not the narrative for whatever the narrative is, and it can be like one side over here, like 1,000-degree difference, and they craft it all so that when you come into these posts, all the top comments are exactly right then and there with the party messages. It's fucking bizarre, and you're like I'm trying to find out who the bots are, who are the regurgitators. What, like it's so fucking weird. Like literally one day prior, sorry, fuck you, Biden's your pick, you're going with him. Like all the best comments, they're called best, like boom, 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 boom. Next day, Kamala Harris is your choice. That's the best candidate. And no explanation, no nothing, just, it's just like, it's so bizarre. And that's like carved out, cultivated, trimmed around. And they go through these comments, like, and they pluck and trim and prune, and it's like, boom. And it's all crafted for you. It's so weird. It's so weird. These moments are the ones where you want to watch closely this stuff, because you can see they don't have any time. They don't have any time to cover up, like slowly shift your opinion. They're just doing it immediate. There's like immediacy to it. Like today there's this, tomorrow there's that, today there's this. It's fucking wild. Yeah, the astroturfing. Sometimes it's hard to see, right? And then, but if they make these big, if like it takes decades for change, and then sometimes it takes a week or two for change, right? You can get a decade of change in 2 weeks, and it's in those moments where the skirt gets lifted up, and you can actually see it happening in real time. It's really fucking bizarre. And then as they're making these changes, go in and watch new and controversial comments, because you'll see like the actual humans are like, what the fuck is going on right now? And then of course their comments get buried or straight up deleted from the narrative, whatever that narrative is. Yeah, fuck yeah, it is. You're right. You're goddamn right, it is. That's all astroturfing, right? You can see it on Twitter. You can see it on Twitter too, right? Like Friday night, I was like, "Holy shit, we're being fed a bunch of whack job shit." It was like 10 o'clock at night. I was like, "They're feeding everybody. This is like your plug you in." It was creepy. No climb the wall of worry right now. Grinding us out into the close here. If we do close below the hourly trigger, be looking for that trade lower to buy down here. This dip buyer shit down here. If you're already long like I am, I'm just going to stay long here. If I'm given the opportunity to buy down below, I will. If they add us in down here, I'll take that trade too and add it to the trade for the up. But otherwise, still long here into the close. I've got plenty of time to get a print. And if we go any lower and have a pullback, I am looking to buy a dip down there. So any chance you can give me to buy, I will take it. Yeah, the astroturfing is wild right now. Absolutely fucking wild. It gives me what I want to say. What gives me the most concern about it is you don't get to hear just normal discussion, disagreeing, agreeing, being able to be persuaded by a fellow human, that kind of stuff. Like social media is turning into like, here's your talking points. Now go fuck around with a human. It's so bizarre. I guess we used to always have that in one form or another, but and like in our day and age, we're not supposed to have that. We're supposed to, like, there was a golden there was a time when you get on social media and you could happen upon a question like I don't know. I think Aliens is the worst movie ever made, right? And you could go in there and there would be 20, 30, 40 different discussions, maybe centered around that, maybe tangents off that. All valid, all at the top, halfway through. Like you can just go through conversation to conversation. Everybody wrapped up in their own conversations. You just don't see that anymore on social media. It's like all reduced to a snake eating itself AI, right? Don't ever swim in the ocean. Tide's going to pull you out and kill you. Any other answer is unacceptable. No side discussions, no nothing. We don't want to discuss if you're a good swimmer, anything else. There's like, that's the only answer. No side quests allowed. You're buried at the bottom. They definitely don't want you speaking to each other. Definitely. Let the hate grow. So be care of that downward. We are closing below the gamma flip. If you are looking to enter a dip buy, you might get that. You might get that wish here down here, but I am still long here into this bell. God damn it, pinning us on the gamma flip into the close on Monday, teasing the upside of 556. 30-minute trigger right now looks bullish for more upside to come, at least on a 30-minute basis. You might catch a quick downside move. It's possible. It's possible. I am long though into 556. I'm getting kind of fucking. It's kind of like a wasted money sitting around watching us trade sideways all day long. If you are looking for a dip to buy though, you know where it is. You know where that cross is, 552 and some change. As far as dealers are concerned, they are neutral into this close. They're not buyers or sellers. They can be manipulated here, though. We're not really bulled up right now, sitting on the gamma flip. It's more just neutrality. You'd need to start seeing some big rejections underneath that hourly trigger, for us to get really bulled up. Come on, man, just do the wall of worry, dude. Just give me green bars, like 3-4 fat green bars up there, and just do it right now. Oh, nope. God damn it! No joy, no climbing the wall of worry for Cappy here. After 4 o'clock, if they do climb the wall of worry between now and 4:15, I will attempt to close my spreads. If they try to target this shit in after hours, I'll be kind of pissy. I want them to target it, inside of option trading hours. What else do I got for you? I think that's it. That's all I got for you for tonight. I'm going to check the website and make sure that the layouts are fixed for tonight's brief. I will give you tonight's brief as if it were Sunday, so you'll have things to look at for the upcoming rate decision, where the sellers are, where CTAs are, vol suppression, all that kind of stuff, expectations on reports we have coming into the end of the week for next week, and then some seasonality stuff, just so you can see that range expansion in advance. All right, see you guys then. Happy Monday. Yeah, Godspeed to all you Tesla holders. I'm holding with you. If you want to know, I think we go up. So I'll still have you guys tomorrow.